What is up, ladies and gentlemen, and others of La Liga? I am Proton Plat Player, joined by my color caster, Fateless. Fateless, how you doing?
I'm doing A-okay.
You were doing A-okay? You're just doing fine?
Yeah, I mean, it's just another day. Slept half of it, you know. Just excited to cast a game.
True, it's kind of been a while. The La Liga casting, the streaming has been a little sporadic to say the least, no pun intended. But this is Froggy Fighters versus Crocs with Glocks. And hopefully we will should get into this draft soon. Are there any picks that you want to see, Fateless?
Oh man, I've been playing quite a bit of Echo, and I don't know if any of the players play him, but I would love to see an Echo pick. All right, like he's really good right now. The buffs that they gave him are really solid, and actually makes him like a pretty decent character. He's S tier mid according to U.GG, and I'm pretty sure he's also like an S tier jungler right now, according to U.GG as well.
Yeah, for sure. I know that the devs have a person who plays Echo a lot, Giuseppe Hack. That will be in the other series over at 7:30 on the main channel. Looks like we actually do have the players getting into role order, and we should be getting into the draft very soon. Beartail is saying that he offers free casting coaching, by the way. If anybody is looking for some free casting coaching. Froggy Fighters is on the blue side and Crocs with the red side. Do you think we are going to have an MF ban on the red side or Froggy Fighters pick on the blue side if it is not banned? Because that has literally been every single game of La Liga.
I mean, it kind of depends on the comp that Froggy Fighters want to pull off. I think that it's actually pretty possible for them to ban MF themselves and just pick up Miss Kaisa. Extremely strong late game hyper carry, pretty strong in lane as well, especially paired with just about any hard engaged champion, you know, like Leona, Nautilus. Definitely a very solid champion, and it's more of like if they're trying to run like a dive comp. But if they're looking for a front to back, then I'd say that they leave the MF open and try to pick it up. So we'll have to see whether Crocs with Glocks thinks that they're going to go for a front to back versus a dive comp. Obviously, they have Sparks, who's a huge fan of playing champions like Vladimir, and I think that that's a very likely ban as well.
Yeah, Froggy Fighters is very, I would say, very standard, very normal. They play around their ADC, they play around their top laner. But with Sparks coming in here as the mid laner, the new mid laner for Froggy Fighters, definitely look to see if they're gonna also mainly try to focus on getting him ahead, because he is a very good player, very high potential to carry. As we actually see Aatrox and Warwick, these first bans here, I don't really know who the Warwick is targeted towards for Crocs with Glocks, but that Aatrox is definitely targeting out pushing LP's champ pool. He is a very good Aatrox player.
I mean, both extremely strong, like frontline sustain tanks, extremely difficult to deal with, especially if they're in the lead. So then we see an Ashe ban coming out from Froggy Fighters, taking away some liberty from the Crocs with Glocks bot lane to choose their own fights, and just target banning the top lane,
pushing LP,
Mordekaiser as well. Yeah.
So Ashe
target banning
taken away from Kuroi instead of Crocs. So that is one option down. We'll see if we actually have a third top lane ban here that Crocs give towards pushing LP. They're really just focusing him down. So we see a Seraphine ban targeting Tyus Cool, I believe. Will we see it? Will we see the 3 top bans? We're all waiting in anticipation. No, it's Misfortune. Like I said, well, yeah, because Misfortune always just has that blue side priority because of the first pick. I believe it has a very high win rate in La Liga, so they don't want to give that over to Sporadic. I don't think Sporadic is a very heavy Misfortune player, but if it's open, you better believe Froggy Fighters would pick it. And actually, they're giving early priority towards this Caitlyn long-range poke. And Crocs with Glocks counters with Kale Trundle. So Trundle and Kale just going to be running down this Caitlyn. I think that is a Kale top.
More than likely. It could be Kale mid, but the chances of that are pretty low in my opinion. And I think that they definitely banned Mordekaiser and Aatrox to set up for the Kale pick, both extremely strong levels 1 through 5 duelists. Gets pretty dangerous. And then the Caitlyn Morg lane just picked up immediately from Froggy Fighters. Extremely safe, but also extremely oppressive lane to be in, right? You get hit by a single snare from Morgana, or you walk onto a trap and all of a sudden you're locked down for 3 seconds and you lose your entire health bar.
We actually see the classic Caitlyn and Morgana pairing. Morgana hits a bind and Caitlyn lays a trap, and that's guaranteed headshot damage. And Nasus picked out here for pushing LP, I think. So they're going to counter scaling with scaling. Nasus actually did get buffs. His Wither got buffed, and now it's kind of ludicrous. It withers your attack speed severely. And it looks like we have the Sivir coming out just to run away from this Nasus and also to avoid those traps, avoid those bindings. So kind of a speedy comp on the side of Crocs, whereas you have more of a bully comp on the side of Froggy Fighters.
Something to note is that the Trundle Kale is such a strong combination, especially at level 6. right? Trundle ult and Kale ult are both extremely useful tools to keep somebody alive, specifically the Trundle, who's going to be standing in front. And now we see another support ban from Froggy Fighters, which is, I mean, obviously Ty is cool. I've seen him play a few times, casted a couple of his games, one of his series, saw him on the Seraphine and the Renata. He's a huge fan of like massive team fight ults. So now let's see if he opts out for something that's more of like engage, right? His team doesn't really have that yet, right? They have a Nasus who really just has a wither. His bot lane doesn't have engage, so maybe he picks up something like the Amumu, Nautilus.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with his champ pool. I believe that's a mid lane ban, and we have a Zillion, so just even more speed. So we have a Sivir Zillion bot lane, unless this is Zillion mid, but I don't think it would be.
I actually think that it will be a Zillion mid.
Think it's a Zillion mid?
They can flex it, but I do know that Flash of Night does like playing Zillion.
Oh,
Or at
well,
least I am pretty sure. If
I
my
only
memory
know
serves
him
me
from his
correctly.
Azir and this Sparks Vladimir, like you mentioned earlier. But Crocs and Glocks tried to ban out the mid lane with the Swain and the Vigor pick, and Sparks said, "I have a champion Ocean," so I would be very worried on the side of Crocs and Glocks if this Kale and this Sivir do not get ahead, because Nasus and Vladimir, in terms of scaling, I think scale better. And Zach, so the bully just continues here on the side of Froggy Fighters. Crocs and Glocks is going to have to play to their win condition, which is disengage and kind of kite out and peel for the Sivir and hope that the Kale pops off. And Flash of Night actually going Victor. So good scaling on both sides, but I think Froggy Fighters has the easier to execute comp.
Is the custom lobby being remade?
I'm assuming the custom lobby is being remade because it looks like everyone else is out of the lobby. Don't know what
Okay, just
happened there.
making sure. So looking at Froggy Fighters comp, they're diving bot lane repeatedly. Like I'm just looking at it. Yeah, they're they're gonna dive bot on E cooldown for Zach probably. Of course, Crocs with Glocks are not going to make it easy for them. They do have Trundle who's able to pillar up, Zillion Sivir, extremely safe lane. And if they do get ahead with the Trundle, then it's an extremely difficult lane to disengage from. They just run at you at mock speed, and there's nothing that you can really do about it.
Yeah, Trundle, that champion, when it's on your team and it's doing well, you freaking love it. And then when it's on the other team and the Trundle's just running you down, biting you, stealing all your stats, not very fun. I
Oh,
think,
certainly not.
yeah. But I think Sivir plus Trundle plus Kale plus Zillion plus Victor, it's just, it's very disgusting. But only if the Crocs and Glocks can execute it well. I feel like this bot lane is going to get bullied out. I keep on saying the word bully because it's true. Caitlyn Morgana is just a disgusting comp.
Absolutely. And looking at all of the lane matchups, I think that it almost all relies on Trundle being able to get his laners ahead and kind of like pad them for anything that might happen with like the lane matchups themselves. Obviously, like Victor Vlad, it's basically just a farm lane, right? They're not going to be fighting very much, or at least I don't imagine it to be. Both extremely safe when fighting each other. Of course, like the 2v2 with their junglers will probably end in casualties. Whichever one is easier to do, we'll have to see. And I'm pretty sure it just comes down to execution.
Definitely. This is execution, and bear with us as we're dealing with technical issues, as Riot is a small indie company and cannot be asked to make a functional lobby system for customs. So, as Fateless and I relog into the League client, we will be back shortly. Any final thoughts before I take it to a break?
if the game goes to 35 minutes, 40 minutes, I'm pretty sure Crocs or Glocks default win. But if the Froggy Fighters are able to get a big enough lead to end the game before 40 minutes, I think that Crocs or Glocks have no chance of winning, just based on comp.
And with that, we will take it to a probably longer than usual break, just due to the fact that we're having some technical difficulties. But I think both sides have a good team comp. I think this is just gonna come down to who has the better jungle ganks, who has the better fighting, who has the better farming, and who doesn't feed. So with that, we will be into a brief intermission, folks. All right, folks, we are finally into the game. Sorry for the wait. Riot's client decided to be scuffed, but we are now into the game as we see an early invade by the Froggy fighters. Just some wards placed. And what are you looking
they're just
for?
gonna. Well, I'm looking for a lot of early game proactivity from the Zac and the Trundle. I think that the jungle pathing and the jungle influence in the mid and bot lane, and even the top lane, honestly, will determine a large portion of the game.
Definitely, as we see.
I don't think we'll see a lot of like solo kills or 2v2 kills, unless, of course, Crocs with Glocks bot lane get hit by snares and stuff like that. But it's extremely hard for a Kale to run down Nasus, and it's pretty hard for a Nasus to run down a Kale as well.
Yep, definitely. As we see just Kale hiding in the brush. We also see that there is a lot of red side vision. There is blue side vision. They see that this blue is not being taken. And so they can suspect that 50 cal started on the red side. He is going for the single camp clears because Trundle doesn't have AoE damage. So they should sort of suspect when Trundle is going to try and gank mid or bot. And are you there, Fateless?
Yeah, so early on, the Crocs with Glocks bot lane are actually going to be shoving up the wave, and that's probably good pathing from 50 cal, just making sure that his team won't be able to get ganked and die, because he'll be able to be there in response to any gank that Zac might make.
Yep, definitely. So we see just sort of just very boring farming going on here in the top lane. So we look in the bot lane. We just see...
I mean, top lane's a gentleman's match, right? They're just there to farm till 35 minutes, and then one defining battle. That's all it takes.
Yeah. Decal, taking blue buff, taking wolves, taking Gromp. Has heading down for the bot side scuttle. Should get this. It should just be a trade of scuttle crabs. So you actually see that Baratel is doing a full clear on this Zac. And now 50 cal should be spotted out on this tri-brush ward. So there should be nothing but wasted time here on the set of Crocs.
So they know Zac's top. I do not think that 50 cal is aware that he's on a ward. Sporadic and Flea's kind of selling it that they don't really know that he's there, even though I don't think that they can really do anything. Like if Kuroi and Tai School step up and they just walk away.
Looks like we might have a collapse here. 50 cal just kind of angry, presses W, gets his frozen domain, but that's about all he's gonna get. He wasted a lot of time, and this should allow Baratel to catch up and farm. Actually, exceed in farm here.
Yeah. Zac going for the full clear here and 50 cal looking for an early gank is kind of what you want to see, especially looking at like the lane states. Sparks did push up a little bit, but he was able to find it back early. And then, you know, the top lane is just kind of where it looks like things will end up happening. Bertel is walking and just finding a deep ward.
Yeah, and this is the weakness of the Kale. Pre-level 6, there is a significant gold and CS lead here in the top lane on the Nasus versus the Kale, and even Nasus purchases that Sheen, he purchases that Kindle Gem, that's what it's called. And he is already going to be feeling very strong. Actually, look at how many stacks. He only has 57, but he is going to be feeling great. He has that fleet footwork. He can heal. It's just a farming lane is what Nasus loves to have. So you see Tai School actually might be in trouble here. He's just dead. First blood given over to Sporadic.
that was just greedy pathing. He should have walked around or just left it. It's obviously not like obvious because they don't have a ward, but your bot laners aren't in lane. Baratel, they know that 50 cal's on the top side, so I feel like 50 cal should have communicated that they might be going to dragon. If you look at like the CS of Baratel, then you'd be able to tell that he did a full clear. So there's no like camps other than like the ones that are being respawned.
Yeah, but when you're in a game like this, sort of high stakes, this is the winner's bracket though. So it is a double elimination. Whoever loses this series isn't out of playoffs. They just drop down to the losers bracket. I don't quite remember who they play against. It's either Mug Maniacs or Barks Berserkers, I believe. But obviously losing the series is not what you want to see. As we see in even mid matchup, both very close in CS here. Fasha Knight sort of holding his own, but Vladimir is only going to get stronger, and I think stronger sooner than Flash of Night.
Oh, absolutely. And is like I said, it's really just a farm lane. See who's able to pick up their crucial items first. For the victor, it's going to be, Lost Chapter into probably Ludens. And then for Sparks, it's going to be probably Pro Belt. And then it'll just basically be like wave clear simulator, where they're just like clearing waves with like 1-2 abilities, and then looking to impact the game for neutral objectives, heralds, dragons, roams.
Yeah. As we see 50 cal take this blue buff, I don't want to be judgmental, but I think you're doing something wrong when the Zac is out farming you or staying even in farm. Yes, Zac has AoE damage, but he has burst damage, whereas Trundle has a lot more consistent damage. So they know that 50 cal is taking this red buff. Do Crocs and Glocks suspect that Fleas is up here in this top side? That is the question.
I think once they see the Caitlyn alone, they will assume. But this is actually really good proactivity by Fleas. She got deep wards on 50 cal, so they'll be there for another minute. So any movement that he does around Raptors and Herald, then they'll just know about it. So it's just really good tracking onto 50 cal. There's not very much that he can do when everybody on Froggy Fighters know exactly where he is at all times. They've been able to spot him multiple times when he's in top lane, but looks like pushing LP might be pushed up a little bit too far here.
Yeah, speaking of being spotted out though, 50 cal I don't think is able to find this. Yeah, just gets withered and pushing LP runs away. You hate to see it.
It's just extremely frustrating playing jungle and being tracked so well. Like he had to use Sweeper to clear out wards in his jungle, and then he's not able to use Sweeper to approach top lane, so he's not able to clear the ward and then just come back after he finishes up Krugs, like a jungler would want to be able to do. But I'm pretty sure the dragon will be one that Crocs with Glocks do want to contest. Of course, it's only a Cloud Dragon, but
yeah, Ty's cool, spots out Baratel, and just bombs is all he gets. He uses the scry, the black vision cone, whatever it's called. Excuse me, viewers. And now we see the supports kind of matching each other in the river. There is more red side vision. So it looks like Crocs are going to try and contest the second Drake. And Push LP doesn't have TP, so he would not be able to come down. So T-Money should just have a lane in parity with him. And it looks like this is going to be the classic drop, push mid, drop Rift Herald, secure the Drake strategy, as you see Bertel just hovering mid here.
It certainly could be. Of course, they're looking for bot prio as well. The Zillion's been hovering around mid and jungle, just try to assist his team as much as possible. He is level 6, so they will have...
We actually see Flea. Yeah, we actually see Flea's going in with the flash. Morgana ult there. Karoi actually spell shields with binding, so very nice. The Sivir ult being used. As we look at the sums here, Crocs has 4. And the Frogs also have 4. Beartail is taking quite a bit of punishment here on the Dragon as 50 cal does go in. He steals the stats off of the team of Frogs, and that flashes Knight secures Fleas. Beartail might get taken down, but Sporadic is just 1v2ing here. Sparks steals the kill. Beartail goes into the slime form, but he should be able to be fine. Sparks still is ghosted up, and 50 cal is overstaying his welcome. Beartail just kind of helps Sparks out get that kill as Sporadic headshots Flash of Night for the kill, and that is now 5-1 on the side of Frogs, and it is looking devastating here as they also get the second Drake.
To be fair though, okay, they killed the Zac twice, all right? they killed him twice. Okay, Zillion ulted him, and then they also popped his passive. So, of course, it's not the person that you want to focus. So they did get punished for that because they had to kill him twice, right? Like, it's not exactly ideal focusing from Crocs with Glocks. I think the Trundle ult did go down onto the Zac, which is not a bad option. Takes away his frontline stats. It's very difficult for him to tank, and I think that the initial engage from Fleas blowing 50 cals and Tyus Cool's flash for hers is absolutely crucial because it keeps 50 cal from being able to like flash onto a carry like Sporadic, or even just flashing on Fleas and getting her out of the fight.
As we look at the gold here, it is now a 1.5k gold lead for Sporadic. 300 gold bounty. He has the Kraken Slayer. He has the Berserker's Graves. He is going to be hitting like a truck here, as we see that Sparks also has the Night Harvester. And when a Vladimir has a Night Harvester this early, you are in some severe trouble. We see that 50 cal is just farming. T-Money is farming, but he's not even ahead of this Nasus, who has a Divine Sunder. And T-Money is going to be getting this Nashor's Tooth. I don't think it's going to be doing much. I think Crocs are starting to sweat. I don't even know if crocodiles can sweat, but... Oh, Ty's goal might just be Ty is dead. Yep, Flea steals the kill.
Flea's getting extremely low there. She's going to have to reset. Just giving over... plates just fell. I was going to say giving over solo plates to the Caitlyn, but plates did just fall. 14 minutes just breaking, so that also means that the next teleport that Nasus uses is able to be used across the map.
Definitely. Push LP will have this TP up before Flash of Night does, and T-Money just has Ghost. He doesn't even have TP. Karoi is clearing the wave, trying to defend this turret. Actually has to flash due to the disrespect being placed on Sporadic. Ty is cool. Gets there, but is not there in time to save his ADC from having to use flash, because that trap was so well placed by Sporadic.
And here with the second Herald is just the classic, you know, all my rolls are ahead, so we're just going to take an objective, even if you, like, might know about it. 50 cal looking for some kind of consolation prize, maybe. No, Flea spots him out, so he does have to leave. instead of taking some kind of like consolation prize in like Bertel's red buff, Crocs, and Raptors. But
yeah, and actually the Rift Herald given over to this Nasus, I don't know if that was the correct move, because this Nasus wants this tier 1 to be kept up as long as possible. Otherwise, you're just donating farm to Team Money. Maybe it is in pursuit of some greater goal that I am just too stupid to understand. But this game, other than that one big team fight, has just been Farmville.
oh, absolutely. And the thing is, like, for the side of Crocs with Glocks, I already said it. It's like they're looking for proactivity from their jungler, right? That's what they want. But
yeah, and actually we see Barrettel pulling Team Money. Team Money has to flash away, push an LP, is getting a little bit low, but just that weather is so oppressive towards auto attack champions, and Barrettel never left. He actually knocks up Team Money. Team Money uses the ult, is invulnerable, pushing LP, flashes away, but it's a little too late as Barrettel slingshots himself, but he might slingshot himself to an early grave. Doesn't have that passive up from the dragon fight, and no, he is dead. That is a kill given over to 50 cal, a kill given over to Team Money, and the KO might be activated. It is just one kill and an assist, but that is never something you want to give KO.
Well, absolutely, and that's kind of what I was highlighting earlier, is that the Trundle KO duo is extremely strong, and they don't really care if they're playing against tanks or what kind of duo they're playing against, because if their ults are up, then they're just going to burn down somebody, and neither of them are going to die, right? Because they have the KO ult. Trundle ult makes him extremely tanky, extremely difficult to deal with in a small scale team fight such as a 2v2. So we'll see if they're able to like replicate that at all. And Tyasku getting hit by another binding. I think that's the 4th or 5th binding he's been hit by this game.
Yeah, we will see how this dragon fight goes. It looks like Crocs are trying to burn it down, but it might be too little too late, as Barrettel actually isn't able to slingshot. He gets stunned up by the bombs as Sparks Ghost runs away. Fleece isn't able to hit the binding. Sporadic is still almost full HP. Barrettel goes into slingshot, actually gets a 2-man knockup on 50 cal and Team Money. Team Money doesn't have the ult from the previous fight. He does get revived, but I don't think it'll be enough. He gets trapped. He gets shot up by Sporadic, who is now 4-0-3, and this is another Drake given over to Froggy Fighters.
So yeah, that was just not realizing that their ults are a big reason on why they're going to survive this fight, right? Trundle didn't have his ult up. It actually just came up in the past few seconds, and Kale's ult is still not up, just about to come up here in a few seconds itself. So that's good from Froggy Fighters recognizing that and being like, yeah, we should force this while their ults are down, and maybe just a little bit too ambitious and like preemptive, or they're just getting a little bit ahead of themselves. Crocs with Glocks, trying to grasp for straws, making some desperation plays maybe.
Yep, the Crocs and Glocks are definitely crying crocodile tears as Braddock almost kills Tiger School, who didn't have the revive. Fleas gets ulted by 50 cal, but I think you're attacking the wrong target as Sporadic just shoots him down. Police brutality in this game, dear lord. And we actually see the grand plan being realized here as Team Money gets withered, is going to witness his turret fall. Actually, it will not fall, but that is a significant amount of damage. Barrettel is looking for something. Flash of Night Kuroi might be dead to rights as Barrettel actually hops in, gets Kuroi, gets Flash of Night, and Sparks is here to clean up the scraps. Oh my god, it's a massacre. This is looking like it's done and dusted at 20 minutes here. And Barrettel's not done. Ty is cool. It's a flash. He might just be dead again. The support Zillion is having no fun this game.
So looking at it now, right, there's a singular win condition left open for Crocs with Glocks, right? And that is stall as long as possible, right? Trundle needs to use Pillar to stop any and all fights coming in from the Zac and the Nasus trying to run at his team, right? And they just need to stall until 40 minutes into the game when the KO has, five items, and then they can be proactively looking for fights. But right now, they need to get good defensive vision, and they need to play to basically turtle on their last remaining towers. I don't think that they need to care about Baron. Obviously, it's extremely early in the game to be fending off Baron minions, but having an inhib go down, that's okay, right? If they don't fight and get completely wiped, there is no way that they're able to dive their Nexus towers. So I think that they should just give Baron, put Kale in whatever lane they take the inhib on, and just let her collect super minions for the next, however many minutes, and just let her clear waves on repeat.
I think you're being a little too optimistic here. Yes, they have Kale. Crocs has Kale. They have that split push potential, but Vlad and Nasus also have split push potential, specifically the Nasus, and also late game scaling on the Kale, while late game scaling on Vladimir is also good, as Tyskool is just dead again. He can't even ult himself. Koroi uses the spell shield. Flash of Night actually might kill Fleas here. Fleas actually heals up, levels up, as Sporadic gets a double kill, gets a triple kill. Headshot. I don't know what to say. Sporadic is just playing out of his mind. He's an absolute psychopath this game. Off the back of the rest of his team, of course, can't give him all the credit, but this is going to be Baron secured. We'll see if Team Money can somehow do it, but I'm losing faith here. Gal might be looking for the steal. He actually flashes in a little early, smites a little early, dies too late.
Obviously, when I was commenting about how they like their one win condition, obviously it's not going to be easy to pull off, right? And I don't even know if they're really communicating that, because they're occupying space that they're not allowed to exist in, right? Like they don't have the only tier 2 that they have left is top lane, and the next dragon's coming up. They're about to probably have to give over Mountain Soul, unless they get some miracle fight. That's basically their dream right now. But with them having no towers up, they have to basically just turtle and catch waves if they have any hope of being able to come back from this game, right? It's not a game of proactively looking for fights, because they don't have hard engage, right? They have Trundle Pillar and like speed buffs, right? That's all that they actually have to pick their own fights, right? They're a team of disengage, basically.
Definitely.
So
Crocs, oh my god, Crocs the Glocks has not been playing their win condition this game, which was to kite out, to peel out. Tyskool has just been dead at every opportunity here on the side of Froggy Fighters, as we see that this Nasus is split pushing with Baron. This is going to probably be Mountain Soul for the Froggy Fighters. Not something you want to give over to a Nasus of Vladimir or Zach. The Severo ult is used quite early. Tyskool is frontlining for some reason. There is a stun on Sporadic, but Tyskool is just dead again. That is a double kill for Sparks. Pushing LP, TP's in, says, thank you for the stacks, plus 12. Flash of Night, gets hit by the Mountain Drake. Might get chased down. No, he won't get chased down, as we actually see Sparks. Well, actually, we'll see. There's a TP coming out to this turret. Flash of Night.
And he's out of there.
He's out of there, boys. That's a win. And I think we should just look, how do Crocs win the next game? Because obviously they had a strategy, but their strategy completely crumbled and fell.
You know, I've commented on this before in like previous games that I've cast, and it's hard engage. All right, like hard engage. You need like at least 2 champions on your team with CC, like just insane amounts of CC. All right, Zach in great character. All right, and then Flea's follow up. Push and LP follow up on the Nasus, right? They have plenty of ways to pick fights, right? They have pick potential. They have extremely high damage on their pick potential, right? Even Fleas is doing an absurd amount of damage with Leandri's Anguish. Just opted out to rush Leandri's Anguish because she feels basically no threat coming out from the side of Crocs with Glocks, right? Normally you'd see like a Zhonya's rush, but she's able to just completely ignore Zhonya's, skip it for now, and you see her building into it second because there's no actual backline threat, no CC threat coming out from Crocs with Glocks, right? They drafted a very kiting team comp, and it just completely did not work for them. Honestly, it's extremely hard playing against hard engage when they have the best, you know, like the other team has Morgana. Like it's extremely hard playing without CC when the enemy team has Morgana, right? They're playing for kite, but how do you kite out a champion that's Morgana, like black shielded, you know? Like you can't. There's
Yeah,
no way to...
the answer is you don't. The answer is that you don't. Yeah, Fleece has been doing her job with this Mountain Soul. Sporadic can just walk up, honestly, just like 1v5 probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, I mean, versus Kale, Trundle, probably not, but...
Yeah, I mean, his headshot did do a fourth of 50 Cal's health bar.
And yeah, we just see Sporadic ulting Flash of Night just to get him away from that turret. Actually, we'll get caught up. Has to use the Zhonya's. And this means Baratel's going in. Flash of Night has to flash away. So we have some sort of half-baked engagement from both sides. Scumbag Sporadic making sure that Fleece tanks the bomb with him. And we see that the trap is closing in on all sides. We have split pushing, the Vladimir, the Nasus. Like I mentioned earlier, these turrets are going to be falling down. T-Money can't do anything. The binding actually misses, but it won't mean anything. You have to believe inhibitors are going down. The mid lane is going down. This is going to be 2 inhibitors at the least, and T-Money is withered. Look at it, his attack speed. It is non-existent.
So, okay, so normally Kale has a passive 1.83 or like something like that attack speed, and when Wither is in full effect, it goes down to 0.51.
Yeah, Riot Games doesn't know how to balance a champion, so I don't know what to say. Nasus has been paying dividends here, completely neutralizing this Kale. Not that this Kale has ever existed in this game, because Kale's a farming champion, and you gotta kind of sort of hope that your team doesn't fall apart. Not to pick on the Crocs, but I expected a little bit more from them.
She is getting almost to 3 items. Of course, it's like extremely hard because it's a stack check team, right? What Crocs with Glocks want to do is just be like, yeah, we're stronger than you. We're just going to out DPS you. But they can't because 1, they're behind, and 2, they don't have CC to try to do that.
All right, maybe second time's the charm here. 450 Cal, he gets withered, but that wither will go away. He gets binded up. Kuroi uses the speed up, and 50 Cal jumps in a little too early. Kuroi is... Sporadic actually gets finished. Tim might be getting a kill here. He might be getting 2. Pushing LP might actually just chase down Kuroi, and this is the raid boss Nasus here. Tim gets a 1,000 gold shutdown. Maybe you have to believe that the Crocs can do it, and that is Baron given over to the Frogs, but the Crocs get 3 kills, and specifically, I think most of them went over to T-Money. But look at the base. Nexus turret falls, and this Nasus is not going to get any weaker. We'll see if the Kale can outscale.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, that's just an example of what Kale can actually do. And if she was paired with any kind of like hard engagement in frontline, then I think that they would have a much better chance of still winning this game. Right now, it's like if they got to this point with still having their tier 2s up, or maybe just having 1 tier 2 fallen, then I think that the chances of them winning are exponentially higher. But with such little like area to walk and just live on the map, it's extremely hard for Crocs with Glocks to try to get back into this game. If Kale dies a single time in a fight and it's not traded for practically the entire team, then they just automatically lose.
Yeah, speaking of which, we actually see a big 3-man engage, 3-man hop, and 50 Cal gets rooted up. He might just die here. He will get resurrected by Ty is cool, but they probably have to leave him behind. 50 Cal has to flash away, and Sparks is here. The cavalry has arrived, and Fleas misses the binding, but Tycool was sped up. But the team fight win was not really the thing that Frogs were looking for. I don't know if you're looking at this thing right now that the Froggy fighters are taking. Do you notice what that is?
Oh, it's Elder Dragon. So of course, like they would have liked to just kill everybody, but the fact that their consolation prize for not killing anybody is Elder Dragon because they chunked out 3 people, blew ults and a flash. Like I wouldn't say that it's a bad option, right? Or like a bad constellation prize because they're just gonna walk top as super minions and Nasus go through bot, and they're just gonna be able to take third inhib anybody who walks too close, and by too close I mean like next to inhib
Yeah.
is going
Sporadic
to
gets
die.
one headshot on basically anybody from the side of Crocs, and they are going to get executed. It's going to be disgusting. Sparks is taking Peanut. Oh my god, that was half of Team Money's HP. Ty's cool. Oh my god. Oh, I don't see any I don't see any opportunity unless like Froggy Fighters literally runs down into the base fountain. There is no way that the Crocs lose this. Surely.
Surely.
And Sparks is just going in like a baller. Flash of Night actually has the res on him, but he uses stopwatch anyways, and they don't even care. They're just taking the Nexus. GG. Froggy Fighters up 1-0.
Yeah, and I think that is that entire game was practically decided in the first 10 minutes of the game. There was just not very much that he was able to do because they always know where he is, right? He isn't a champion that's able to necessarily like get onto the enemy very well, right? He has to walk up, pillar you, W at you, and then he has damage for you. But versus something like the Hecarim, who's able to just be like, yeah, you know where I am, but I have Ghost up, so I didn't. It's just extremely hard to watch a game like that, especially for T Money, who I don't think played necessarily poorly. Obviously, he's playing into a Nasus, but it's
Yeah. The
for
Crocs with Glocks had one caveat to their feed kale strategy, and it was do not feed the other lanes, and they failed miserably. I give them, if there was an F minus, I would give them an F minus. I don't want to be harsh, but like if you're going to play compositions where you're dependent wholly on one champion, you better be ready to execute on those compositions.
I think the mid lane draft or the support draft should have been changed, right? The Trundle draft, not the worst, right? What they should have done is they should have gone with something that's able to roam top extremely well, right? And then have Trundle camp bot to try to stem some of the bleeding from the Caitlyn Morg lane because obviously they're gonna win, right? Like they're gonna win lane. Like there's not much that you can actually do about it without drafting a different jungler, right? But I do like the Trundle pick. Trundle is an extremely strong duelist. Wherever he is on the map, you can't really fight him, right? Like at any time in a small fight. So saying that the Trundle pick was bad is not the case. It was just extremely good jungle tracking out of Froggy Fighters. So I think that the uh, support and mid pick actually will need changed.
Yeah, no, I wasn't saying that the Trundle pick was bad. I think Trundle's a great champion, but he just needs to. It wasn't necessarily the Trundle that was the issue. It was more so the bot lane kind of collapsed. If you would agree with me.
Oh, absolutely. But what I'm like, the point is like they're Kale, right? Obviously, normally a jungler wants to play for their win condition, right? All the time, right? If I have a Cog Lulu bot lane, I'm gonna camp bot and make sure that they don't fall behind and that they're as ahead of as possible. But with a Kale lane, right? Kale Nasus lane, it's pretty hard to kill Kale. Obviously, she was losing from trades versus the Nasus, and with the Zac CC, finding a good gank will kill her. and that's why I'm saying just draft a mid laner who's able to just like ult top lane. You know, Galio, Twisted Fate, maybe even Pantheon. I don't think Flash of Night plays Pantheon, but just having something to support the Kale that isn't the jungler, so that the jungler is able to just camp bot in that lane, so then the Caitlyn Morg aren't just incredibly fed is I think what they should have went for. Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see how the Crocs actually adapt to this game, as we will take it to a very, very brief intermission. See you on the other side, folks. All right, folks, we are back into the game as we see that there has been a side swap. Excuse me, side swap, and you already see immediately the Nasus ban on the side of Crocs and Glocks. They do not want to play against that champion.
So they are blue side, and the counter ban of Kale, not a bad option. So Crocs or Glocks are on blue side, so they might not ban MF, and they might just target ban top lane, right? Ban the Aatrox Mordekaiser again, because we don't want to see push and LP on those champions. We know what he can do with them. Vladimir ban. All right. I mean, that's a lot of respect to Sparks. We do know that, or at least I know that if Vladimir is open, Sparks is probably going to pick it up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Vladimir wasn't even the star of that show that game. Not saying that Sparks played poorly. Opposite of the case, as we see the Respect Misfortune ban probably coming out, and it will come out. Sakurai will not be able to play that. I don't actually know if she has played that much Misfortune, but again, it's not really about the person who plays it. It's more about the champion itself. And we actually see a Kale ban as well. Just getting rid of that from Team Money, maybe. And I suspect that we might see Team Money go on set or something.
So that's just a lot of respect given over to Team Money. Obviously, they did win the game, right? Froggy Fighters did win, but they are respecting the fact that the Kale is a very high chance of hyper carry potential for Team Money, and they want to just take that off the board immediately.
Definitely. As we see another Warwick ban, I don't know if that's 50 cal or Team Money playing that. Probably one of those. But that is the second time I believe that Warwick has been banned. So we'll see what Crocs the Glock's first pick here. And it looks like they just want to give Flash of Night Victor again. Just, that is a comfortable champion for Flash of Night, I suppose. We'll see what Froggy Fighters counters with.
I've definitely seen Flash of Night play Victor quite a bit in games in previous seasons and this season itself. I think that is a very safe pick. And then Caitlyn and Aatrox picked up immediately for Froggy Fighters.
Okay, I'm not a pushing LP simp, but giving him Aatrox is not the smartest idea. Definitely, there were bigger threats for Crocs to face in that previous game because Aatrox was banned. But there is a high chance that whatever Team Money plays, that Froggy Fighters will be able to counter that or at least fight that. So we see Jinx Seraphine for the bot lane here.
Yeah, so Ty is a huge fan of Teamfight ults, like I said already. So I kind of assumed that since Seraphine was left up that he would pick it in the first rotation. And then Froggy Fighters just repeating the exact same bot lane. Caitlyn Morgana, extremely difficult to deal with, very oppressive.
Yeah, it is oppressive. Maybe Kuroi should fare better in this game on a champion with a bit more agency on this Jinx. If she can get excited, that would be very good. Actually, I did mention the set earlier, but that is actually banned out because the Crocs have opted not to pick their top laner yet in order to pick their bot lane. And we see a repeat of the bot lane matchup for the Froggy Fighters. It had lots of success in game 1, so maybe the success will continue in game 2. And now, I am very curious what Team Money will play with 2 of his champions banned out.
Well, I'm unsure if the Warwick is a 50 cal ban or a Team Money ban, but Warwick top is also, really good. So it might have been a Team Money ban. I'm unsure if he plays that, but we'll see if they target ban top again, which is, in my opinion, like a pretty good move. Hecarim ban, all right. So that's taken some liberty away from Crocs with Glocks to choose a jungler who's able to start their own fights. Uh, and he has such good liberty to do it, right? He takes Ghost. He's able to run from like drag pit, Baron pit, and be in lane within like 2-3 seconds, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Hecarim has always sort of been a strong jungler this season. And so now 50 cal will not be able to play it. And Maokai for the jungle here, I believe. And Team Money just going to get relegated to Ornn duty. See what 50 cal picks out here. Maybe it will be a banger. Who knows?
I'm really hoping for something that's able to either team fight or dive backline, and he goes for the Trundle again, which isn't a terrible option. Extremely strong early game duels. Trundle. I remember there was a time where Trundle Olaf were the only champions that were picked in jungle, because if Olaf is picked, then you have to pick Trundle because he's the only champion that was able to duel him pre like 25 minutes. So seeing another Trundle pick and then the Azir counter pick in the mid lane for Sparks.
Yeah. This is called the Worlds mid matchup. Every game at Worlds has basically been Victor versus Azir. So there is a lot better scaling potential on the side of Crocs and Glocks. Yeah, Victor, Jinx, Ornn with those ornaments, if he can get to level 14 and above, definitely can help out his carries. And I think this is a little bit of a weaker draft here on the side of Froggy Fighters. But, I mean, if Sporadic gets ahead like he does in the previous game, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I think the Froggy Fighters are looking for longer team fights this game. Of course, that's extremely dangerous against Crocs with Glocks comp. Obviously, late game Victor and late game Jinx are extremely terrifying to fight into. But with long team fights with the Azir and the Caitlyn just free firing onto the backline or onto the front line of Crocs with Glocks, they're going to burn them down rather quickly. And then once the front line's gone, because Froggy Fighter's front line is disgustingly strong in like sustaining themselves and just soaking up damage with the Maokai and Aatrox. So we'll see how exactly both teams look for fights. Obviously, it's going to be centered around the Maokai, and hopefully the Ornn will be able to like be rotated correctly for maybe even like an early Dragon and Rift Herald fights.
Yeah, definitely. as we see Fizz being hovered for 50 cal. Just kidding, it's Trundle. We really shouldn't see any sort of surprises coming out here in terms of trades or champions being picked in other spots. Everything is pretty much shoehorned into where it will be. Do you have any particular lane focus you think will be very spicy, very juicy?
I think the lanes are pretty much cut and dry in my opinion. Pushing LP is gonna on the Aatrox is just gonna like roll over the Ornn. I'm pretty sure is just kind of how Aatrox lanes, and then Sporadic and Fleas with Caitlyn Morg again are just gonna uh, utilize their early game, hopefully into the Koroi and Ty's cool with Jinx Seraphine. I think that Jinx Seraphine is definitely a stronger lane to fight, especially once you get like Noon Quiver and boots and stuff like that. But and then mid, once again, obviously Sparks on Azir can definitely look for some fancy stuff with shuffles onto Flash of Night, but beyond shuffling, there's not really like much to try to kill Flash of Night unless Baratel's there already. So it's once again just how much the jungles influence the game, in my opinion. The lanes for Froggy Fighters are already set up to win. So depending on how the jungle ganks work out and how TPs work out post 14 minutes and how any roams from mid work out, then Froggy Fighters lanes are already going to be ahead whenever mid game comes around.
Definitely. Yep, Sporadic and Fleas comfortable on this Caitlyn Morgana. I am excited to see how Koroi and Ty's Cool navigate this bot lane. If they are able to get some kills on those Jinx in the early or mid game, there is a very large potential that Koroi can just run away, especially if it does go later with the backup of Flash of Night and Team Money just providing items and providing CC. Yeah, but a lot of that might just be canceled out by Baratel on this Maokai pick. He did get changed a little bit, so now he's significantly in a better spot than he was. And with that, do you have any final comments, Fateless, before we go into the brief intermission?
Not really. I mean, I think that Froggy Fighters did a really good job of tracking 50 cal last game, so he wasn't really able to do anything except for maybe counter gank, but he wasn't able to really track Beartail at all because his lanes were losing basically, or at least his bot lane was. So now he has two basically losing lanes already, so it will be a bit harder to try to track Beartail, but we'll see how they try to deal with that. See if Ty's Cool is able to help out with that a little bit in the mid game or like late early game.
All right, thank you. And we will be taking it to a brief intermission here, folks.
Red to blue. So could get in a very early level 3 here and head immediately bot lane. Fiddlesticks is actually opted for the full clear on top side, so definitely has a timer here to make it into bot lane very quickly. DV zoning level 2 X-Ray. Take a whole lot of damage here from the Pantheon. Another Q will proc. And a half HP already, and has biscuits to heal up, but this is certainly going to be a rough lane for this Ornn.
No, that's super dangerous because once you get to that 25% health, you are in crit land for that Q, and that empowered Q can kill you.
Super quick. Bot lane,
I am down, yeah. I'm down for that Pantheon top.
seeing the magic get worked up here in the top lane. Early shove in, but on the opposite side of the bot lane, you're already seeing the power this Misfortune has in this lane. Hollow's Eve as well, zoning out Red Ranger here, landing Q after Q and just stacking up that Spell Thieves.
Yeah, they might want to play it a little slower. I mean, Jinx is super strong late game. Obviously, MF is as well, but getting pushed out of lane right now, it's not what you want to see.
Certainly not. So there'll be the early recalls here out of Roblin as well, up to 20 CS. So managed to come back with some items and denying this massive wave actually here in the bottom lane. So certainly going to hurt their bottom lane a little bit. But I mean, this is kind of what they expected, right? If you can avoid maximum losses, if you're not dying to this Misfortune, you're going to find a lead here. Is Rob actually opting for the Cole here in the bottom lane. So he's going for the long laning phase here to farm it out here against Red Ranger.
Yeah, and he might be feeling like, you know what? He just saw how the first trades went, so now he can even go Cole and still poke enough. He knows he's able to do it, so now he's just going big.
Yeah, no gank was actually had in the bottom lane, so full reverse clear. X-Ray in a whole lot of danger though. Might just get solo killed. The ignite ticks down. DV for VP.
I'm at 15. Yup.
All right, folks, we are back, and we actually see some early action here. Fleas actually face checks the brush here. Crocs might get an early lead. 50 cal flashes, gets the chomp. Baratel might be in trouble. Actually doesn't flash yet, but Sporadic getting chased down by Sporadic and Sparks getting chased down by T-Money. T-Money flashes the Mastery. And that is an early first blood given over to 50 cal.
So that is all summoners blown from Froggy Fighter's bot lane, right? Sporadic and Fleas both had to use their flashes, heal, and exhaust. And at the end, then the Trundle still got first blood, which is really good. A great start for Crocs with Glocks. So it will be even more dangerous to be ganked by him, more difficult to have any kind of duel with him. Of course, Baratel isn't going to be looking for that. He's going to be looking for playing on probably the opposite side of the map or playing for counter ganks. But excellent read from Crocs with Glocks, right? You saw all the Froggy Fighters go through their top side into River, and they were almost completely stacked by the time that they got there in the Pixel Brush and top side.
Yep, definitely was the better execution for Crocs with Glocks. Definitely getting your Trundle early kill is good. Obviously not ideal for the Froggy Fighters. And we'll see how Froggy Fighters can make up the lead, if they do make up the lead at all.
So one thing is that last game, they didn't really have a lot of gank setup for the Trundle. And
oh, Sporadic is taking a lot of damage here. Karai actually flashes, gets the first blood. Lethal Tempo gets excited. And it looks like the roles have been reversed here for the Reptilian duelists.
And I mean, that's just punishing the fact that they don't have any summoners, right? It feels very comfortable flashing for the kill and just knowing that no heal or flash will be able to.
And T-Money barely
Sporadic.
escapes, and now Fit Pushing LP has to flash away, gets pillared, and nothing's going the way of Froggy Fighters here. It is the Crocs game. They have listened, they have learned.
So a much stronger start from. And here, the Maokai looking for...
Uh-oh. We'll see what happens. Actually, Baratel too afraid to actually engage 1v2 onto this Trundle, which might be a wise decision.
Yeah, pushing LP is pretty low. He had a wave at his tower. He probably just called it off, saying that it's not really worth it.
Yep, definitely. Actually, 50 cal might be caught here, and Baratel flashes over, gets the Twisted Advance. 50 cal smites the Scuttle Crab for some HP, but I don't think this troll is getting away. Flash of Night isn't able to actually get the full stun. 50 cal actually might be able to run away. Beautiful pillar. And again, just nothing found here on the side of Froggy Fighters. This is all going Crocs' way.
That was extremely good, like, rotation from Froggy Fighters, but it was just a little bit execution flaws on how deep they go versus, you know, like where the scuttle is, right? He smited it for HP. Not something that you exactly like think about whenever you're like, yeah, we're gonna go for this kill. But of course they don't have damage to like one-shot him, so they have to slowly kill him from basic full HP.
Yeah, and this Trundle, even though he doesn't really have any HP items, he's just able to skirt away with his Frozen Domain with his Pillar of Ice. We actually see that 50 cal has opted to purchase 2 control wards, so definitely will be contributing in on the vision. We'll see if he can use them effectively. And for now, things have calmed down a little bit. Actually, Ty is cool, takes a lot of damage there, gets binded, gets trapped, has to flash away. So that is some good pressure applied for Froggy Fighters to neutralize the pressure that the Crocs were playing. So we see 50 cal, and nothing happens.
Yeah, Sparks was on the back. Flash of Night, if they communicated it, he is looking pretty I think that they should have forced it since the Seraphine was pushed out. Doesn't have really any sustain for their team, but Baratel doesn't have Flash, but their bot lane does actually have their summoners back up now. So the problem with Caitlyn Morg is that even though that they're pretty far behind, after this back, then they won't be as behind, obviously. Jinx did get a reset off, has Noon Quiver, so they'll have to shove this wave and then just look for the reset on the non-cannon wave, which is pretty unfortunate, but just showing how much damage they are able to put out, and just the fact that they're not out of the game.
Definitely neither side has enough of a lead or disadvantage to predict that this game would end one way or another. As we see, actually, Sparks has about a 15 CS lead here. Crocs are clearing out vision. They are just looking to get this first Drake. So sort of an inverse of the previous game where the Frogs had it. And actually pushing LP is getting quite low. And Team Money, he has learned from his mistakes of the regular season. He is able to bomba solo bolo pushing LP.
I hate Ornn. Like, that champion does so much damage. I wasn't watching like the like everything leading up to pushing LP being very low, but the short trades from the Ornn is not what you want as pushing LP, because Ornn has extremely high damage for like short trades. Just like 1-2 abilities does a ridiculous amount of damage, but the problem is that his cooldowns are pretty long early game, right? Like his shortest cooldown right now is his Q at 9 seconds. So hopefully pushing LP is able to survive through the damage at this point. Of course, like, should be a winning lane, and now it's kind of turning into a losing lane. A huge wave already flowing over to Ornn after already being down CS.
Yeah, and now the Crocs are looking to get this Retail. 50 cal actually takes a lot of damage. Pushing LP actually flashes. It looks like Ty is cool will die, but 50 cal maybe will be luckier. He actually had a very nice flash to predict that pushing LP would flash there. but this might give the Froggy Fighters the Rift Herald that they want and the gold that they need.
That was such a good, like, saying, like, yeah, go, we're fighting this. Like, these guys are caught out, like, just full send it, and the engage actually came from the Aatrox with the flash EQ, which is really good.
Was we just have farming on both sides? Not a whole lot going on. Actually, pushing LP, kind of getting bullied by this Ornn, as they know his flash was blown in the previous fight. 50 Cal saying, hey, where's your flash, bud? I know you used it, and now you're dead. Actually, T-Money misses his brittle application and is able to dash out of there, but flees. Applied a lot of good damage. Used her flash, used her exhaust, though, and didn't actually find a kill. And with that, now Crocs just have a free bot lane.
So yeah, I don't think that Push LP was showing the Ornn enough respect, right? At one point he was up 2 levels. Of course, like he hit level 7 whenever he was running away from a minion dying. But if you're down 2 levels, right? Like you can't really walk up to the wave to like hit it or anything, right? I'm pretty sure the wave was stacking up for him. He would have been able to just wait for it, but he decided to go and hit the wave, and he was punished for it, which is really good by the side of Crocs with Glocks.
As we look at the gold lead, it is about 1.2k here on the side of Crocs at 10 minutes. Not really that sizable. If we look at where most of that gold lead comes from, it comes from top side and it comes from jungle. And actually, Sparks actually wastes his Emperor's Divide, gets stunned up, gets slowed, will burn down to the challenging Smite Baratel with the roots, but they are too little too late. And now this gold lead will just get larger here as Sparks will lose CS. He did have a CS lead, but now there are going to be plates taken down. And actually, if we look at the top side, pushing LP is being too disrespectful again, gets brittled, and that is another solo kill. Oh my god, you hate to see it.
It's just like Ornn is such an oppressive tank, right? They gave him so much damage, and they just won't take it away from him for whatever reason. And it's like after he's already ahead, right? You don't do damage to him because he's so tanky, right? And all of his
They're Fateless?
Yeah, so I'm looking at Ornn's ability scaling, right? He has one that scales damage off of armor and MR, and then one that scales off of level, and then one that is AD and one that's AP, right? So first of all, he has a really good mix of magic and physical damage, so it's really hard to itemize defensively against an Ornn, and he just builds full
no,
thing.
this might be fried chicken over here. Sparks actually able to slide away, but this should guarantee that the Crocs get this second drink, which will be Infernal. I'm excited to see what the soul will actually be, whether it's Hextech, Ocean, excuse me, Hextech, Ocean, or Mountain. And it's actually Ocean. Some plates given out by Baratel. Kura actually gets binded. Will take quite a bit of damage. Piltover Peacemaker doesn't land. And yeah, it looks like this is just a reverse of last game, honestly.
Oh, absolutely. And it's really just like, I don't see a lot of jungle tracking awards placed on a Baratel, but it just seems like he's not able to, right? He doesn't want to be where the Trundle is, right? He doesn't want to make plays where Trundle is. He wants to make plays on parts of the map that Trundle is not. So being able to track the Trundle is extremely crucial to being able to, you know, make proactive plays as the Maokai. And we saw it mid where Sparks died, right? They didn't know where the Trundle was, and he just so happened to be, you know, right there, right next to mid lane. So the gank actually ended with Sparks dying instead of anything positive for them.
Yeah. Anything that the Froggy Fighters have tried to attempt has blown up in their face. Maybe going on Team Money, it might be a little bit different. Team Money does have the flash, does have the ult, but even this Ornn, I don't think can 1v5, or sorry, 1v3. Nice flash over the Baron Pit, but Sparks might just be able to chase him down. Actually, oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh, and...
No shot.
Yeah, I mean, if Sparks let Team Money go away there, I would be... That would be a tilter and a half right there. But fortunately, they get it.
So I was actually commenting on...
Oh no, Titus Cole might just be caught again by this Caitlyn. But 50 Cal is right behind Flash of Night to follow. And that is 2 kills for 1. So ultimately, in the trade across the map, that is 2 for 2. Baratel will be counter jungling. But now this is a kill. This is turret plates. Or sorry, not turret plates. Turrets traded across both sides. But who do you think that ultimately that entire sort of chain of events benefits Fateless?
I think that it, with the tower being gifted over to their Koroi, I think that it would be Crocs or Glocks, just because Jinx hyper carry, right? 2-0-2, down 15 CS, but got a tower. I don't know how many plates they had beforehand, but I think that they're in a very good spot, especially after that with so much gold onto the Jinx.
Yeah, definitely. If we actually look at the gold here, it's only about 300 up over Sporadic, but when your Jinx is in any sort of gold lead, that is kind of what you want to see. Bushin LP might just be disrespecting the power of this top side again. He does have flash. He uses the ult, but he will get brittled. But 50 Cal will flash over. He will get rooted. Sparks and Baratel are here to just clobber 50 Cal. But speaking of clobbering, Sporadic very disrespectfully stays in the brush against Flash of Night and will die, so that there is no ADC here. The Jinx is here, will use the Super Mega Death Rocket, but Sparks is here, and the Encore is here as well. Titus Cole has to flash away, and actually, Froggy Fighters are playing this on the edge of their seats, and Team Money is actually just completely devouring the side of Froggy Fighters because Ornn is such a balanced champion with that Brittle. Sparks, will he try to do anything? What do you think? Take your bets right now. No.
The Sparks, yeah, no, I don't think Sparks wants that. You know, he picked up. I don't know if he actually picked up the. I know that the Jinx shutdown did go over to Maokai, but the Ornn right now dealing 14.7% max health damage whenever he breaks a Brittle. Yeah, so another like 15% max HP whenever he claps somebody with his Brittle. So that's just absolutely disgusting. And he has Sunfire completed, building into Thornmail, makes a lot of sense. Already leaning against the Aatrox. But here they drop the Rift Herald mid, take the tier 1 tower, and now they're just running to take control of Dragon.
Yeah, this is literally deja vu every time. Last time it was the Froggy Fighters that would get Drake every time it spawned. Now it's the Crocs to Glocks. However, Koroi and 50 Cal are not in the best position here as the roots come towards them. But now that is not an opportunity. And T-Money actually gets knocked up. He is not able to use the second part of his ultimate. And Titus Cole actually tanks it. And now this ultimate runs out for Pushin' LP. And 50 Cal actually absorbs some stats, will actually fall to Sporadic, and now that is 2 kills for nothing here. But, oh, Sparks is on the back, on the flank, and Flash of Night is nowhere to be seen. And now, Froggy Fighters actually win the fight, and I don't know if that was more better execution on the side of Froggy Fighters or misplayed execution for the Crocs and Glocks, because it looked like the Crocs maybe had a good chance there.
I would say that it was actually a misplayed execution. They took control of the area, right? And they couldn't immediately go into the area on the side of Froggy Fighters because they don't know where all of the team is, right? But whenever they sighted the entire team, then 50 Cal and Kroy were next to Dragon Pit, and the other 3 members were over by Raptors, right? So why would you not just take the fight when they're split up? It makes way too much sense to just run at one side, and it worked out extremely well for Froggy Fighters.
Definitely. Even though Push and LP didn't really find anything in the initial engage, it didn't matter. Sparks came from behind when the group was separated. 2 is greater than 1, but in the sense that there are 2 groups of Crocs versus 1 entire group of Froggy Fighters, the math doesn't check out there.
Oh, absolutely, and Sparks is absolutely monstrous on this year right now. He has Luden's Shadow Flame completed, and a needlessly large rod on top of that. Probably going to go into Rabadons, or at least I'd like to see that. But we'll see if they're able to deal with Sparks. You know, I'm seeing him like Soldier Surf into the backline onto Flash of Night, and I didn't see him Soldier Surf onto Koroi, but in the start of that fight, he just straight up like surfed directly onto Flash of Night to take him down with Push and LP.
Yeah, definitely. With that Victor not having his ultimate and not being able to actually join the fight when most of the kills happened, it was a 1 fight. And so, yeah, you see Flash of Night. He has a lot of burst damage as this Victor, and he has been farming extremely well versus this Victor, or sorry, this Azir. But you just gotta be there in those fights on either side.
Absolutely, and it's just a lack of vision for both sides in that entire scenario, right? If Crocs with Glocks had vision earlier, then they would have just immediately ran down, or no, not Crocs with Glocks. If Froggy Fighters had vision earlier on these 2 members of their team of language, you know, if they had vision on 50 Cal and, on 50 Cal and Koroi, then they would have just immediately started the fight and would have ended it extremely quickly. But if
oh no, T-Money actually has to flash away. Fleas does use the ultimate. The TP is coming through from Sparks, and actually we have a flash binding. But this Ornn is extremely tanky. He actually isn't able to activate the second part of his ult again. And now that is one of the biggest threats of Crocs with Glocks down. And immediately, 21 minutes into the game, the Froggy Fighters are trying to take this Baron. Crocs is just pushing mid lane. Do they not suspect that the Froggy Fighters are doing it? I have no idea, but this is just gonna be a free Baron given over. There is no way 50 Cal gets in here, and now the Crocs finally get in. But now 50 Cal is split up. He gets exhausted. Pushing LP is going in on a Flash of Night. Flash of Night gets dragged back in. He will see a flash of his life go away. Fleas actually steals the shutdown. Pushing LP is continuing to chase. Tidy School gets knocked up twice. Actually doesn't get knocked up by the second part. But now Sporadic is going in. He is an absolute psychopath. And Beartail is here for the tank. The Super Mega Death Rocket gets tanked. And Beartail, oh my god, he loses like 1 HP. And no Froggy Fighters die in that fight. And they get Baron too.
A lot of summoners blown on both sides, right? T-Money flashed before he got picked. 50 Cal had to flash. Koroi had to flash, and so did Ty is Cool. The only person with flash still up in the entire game is Flash of Night. So a lot of summoners just got blown in that fight. Of course, Baron is on Froggy Fighters, and they just won a huge fight, actually having the gold lead now themselves.
Yes, and it has Injustice in my Twitch chat has mentioned Crocs and Glocks is the Group A team. Froggy Fighters is the Group B team. And this game is this series is definitely proving that Group B is greater than Group A. I am not biased. Definitely not biased here.
Are you in Group B?
I mean, yes, my team's in Group B. I was in Group B. Yeah, I'm not biased. Oh no, I think this is looking very scary for the Crocs.
So he is TPing in now, pushing OP.
The Ornhorn actually comes through, knocks out quite a few. Brittle Fleece is almost dead. Pushing LP might have gone in a little too early. The turn is beautiful. Beartail goes in, but now he is completely surrounded by the Crocs. Sporadic is burning down. Actually, the Victor Storm plus Sparks zoning potential means that it is a 1-for-2 on the side of Froggy Fighters. But Sporadic is just a man with a plan here. Very ambitious. Flees barely alive. We'll see if she can support her ADC. And actually, Sparks sort of baits himself there, and he doesn't get stunned up, as Sporadic actually walks into the range of the Victor and the Seraphine. Sparks has to run away. Flees, uses the black shield on her carry, and so she sacrifices herself. Can Sparks 1v? No. And now this is going to be sole point here for the Crocs as they win that fight.
So that was just extremely unfortunate for the side of Froggy Fighters, right? Fleece got chunked out and had to black shield herself to live. When pushing LP, he relies on the black shield to be able to just run through the Victor gravity field, right? Being able to just run through that means that he's able to basically just go and fight uninhibited by any kind of peel, which has been a huge factor as to why they've been able to win these fights, right? Aatrox is able to just immediately run at them without any worry of being CC'd and chained up.
If you are a Battletoad, a Froggy Fighter, an Amphibian, and Salter, you have to start sweating a little bit. Sporadic is doing quite well in the gold and farm department. However, T-Money is level 13. He is going to start getting those Ornn upgrades very soon, and those provide a lot of gold. Hitting gold on the side of Crocs and Glocks, as well as Karoi. This Jinx having the Hurricane. We'll see what she goes with as her third item. I would suspect it would probably be IE question mark. I have no idea.
More than likely, just more damage really is what the Caitlyn is looking for here. Being able to kill everybody faster. Like, doesn't really need anything like PD, but already picked up the pickaxe, so.
Well, I was sort of referencing the Jinx. I know the Caitlyn's probably going IE.
Oh, you're talking about the Jinx, my bad.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
The Jinx? The Jinx probably is going to pick up the PD.
Oh my god, Flash of Night might just be solo killed here by Sparks, but now Sparks might have sacrificed his own life as we see the entire fight. Karoi gets exhausted. She's now on the front lines, and this Jinx might just be dead. That is a big damage share off from the side of Crocs, and it is a 1-for-2, and the Froggy Fighters will take that any day of the week. We actually see your Ornn upgrades coming through. Actually, sorry, no, it was just a null. Negatron Cloak picked up for T-Money.
So that was just a huge pick by Sparks, because obviously, yeah, he traded 1-for-1, so it's not the best in the world, but it was on Flash of Night, who's on the Victor, able to stop the Aatrox from just running at his team. So him out of the way means that Aatrox is completely, like, just unencumbered by the enemy's team.
And notice also that the Froggy Fighters won that fight because the Ornn Horn was not available. T-Money keeps on using these Ornn Horns in spots where he can either be disrupted or where the ultimate itself can just be blocked. And I think I don't want to be over analytical here because I'm not an Ornn player. I just think he needs to save him a little bit if he wants the Crocs to win.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, like, they drafted Ornn for the hard engage, right? And that's kind of how they should be starting fights. So I think that they should try to... It's hard to say, like, poke out, right? Or, like, try to, like, start fights by poking a bit more, because they are playing against a Caitlyn and Morgana and Azir, so it's extremely hard to...
Well, speaking of using the Call of the Forge God to engage, Flea's actually with the Black Shield. Oh my god, she manages to escape. That is a flash used by T-Money. He flash dashes into a wall, rams himself into the red side camp, and I don't know. I don't know what to say. That was not very well executed on the side of Crocs.
Absolutely, and that is Ornn ult, so down for another 70 seconds, right? So that's kind of like a good timer for Froggy Fighters to try to find a fight. Aatrox TP is up, but Dragon's also spawning in less than a minute here.
Yeah, I think this Dragon is really going to just be the big deciding factor of who gets the tempo for the rest of the game. Obviously, Crocs won it. They would get Ocean Soul. But Froggy Fighters probably going to be establishing vision, getting the inside track. And if they win that fight and they stop the soul from being secured, I think that the Froggy Fighters have the stronger later part of the game. You actually see 50 Cal taking quite a bit of damage. However, actually Beartail uses the ult to engage, and Ty's Cool might be caught, but that is a 4-man encore. Team Money actually knocks up Sporadic, but now Sparks and Push and LP are doing a lot of AoE damage. Sparks might be caught here as 50 Cal goes in maybe a bit too deep, and the Emperor's Divide actually pushes, but it doesn't matter because now Froggy Fighters are being pushed back to their base. Sporadic doesn't get brittled, but it doesn't even matter because Karoi is just bopping him with the rockets, and this is Ocean Soul secured. Maybe also Baron secured for the side at Crocs the Glocks, and that was just the fight that Crocs the Glocks was hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, Fleas was just a little bit too aggro there, right? She ran in and ended up being the first person on Froggy Fighters to die. So it just kind of highlights how important the Black Shield has actually been for kind of like keeping your team from being CC'd, keeping them able to move through these fights freely and without any kind of like hindrance on their freedom. And it's looking like they actually want to challenge this Baron. A double TP coming down from Azir and Aatrox, and they're just gonna leave.
I think maybe Crocs could have stayed and maybe taken the fight or gotten the Baron, but you have to think that, like, in their shoes, they've already lost quite a few fights. They don't want to risk it. They already got Ocean Soul. That's a good prize in itself. And there's no way that the Froggy Fighters can actually take this Baron, so.
Yeah, I mean, we're at a point in the game where a lot of these teamfight ultimates on the side of Crocs with Glocks are up just about every time that they're going to want to fight. So unless Froggy Fighters are looking for fight after fight, just getting picks, then there's really no reason for Crocs with Glocks to shy away from the fight with their insane team comp with two massive AoE teamfight ultimates through the Seraphine and Ornn.
And we'll see, actually, as we have a brief pause in any sort of pressure, because the only objective that anyone really cares about on the map right now is Baron, Elder Drake in 4.5 minutes, so it is quite a distance away. They're just clearing out vision here. 50 Cal and Ty is Cool. We'll see if Ty is Cool actually gets caught. But pushing up Pete doesn't have flash. Beartail does have the flash, the Chilling Smite, and the roots. But it looks like this vision will just get cleared out for basically free.
And the Azir just does so much damage.
Oh, that Call of the Forge God is beautiful. Immediately, excuse me, Froggy Fighters have to flash away. Team Money doesn't find anything on the knockup. However, that is the Frogs being pushed away.
So we did get a showcase of how much damage this Azir is able to do onto the Seraphine. He does an absurd amount of damage, right? He's a 3-item, about to be 4-item Azir. So we will see just how they let fights play out. I think that Froggy Fighters need to try to find their own fight, one that favors them, right? It's extremely difficult because after having both teamfight ultimates blown from, or like both engaged tools blown from Crocs with Glocks and
And actually, T-Money gets a knockup on Sparks. Sparks gets brittled. He might just die here. 50 cal takes a huge chomp out of him. Takes a bite, says, that fried chicken tastes delicious. This turret will fall. And now, Crocs might look for the Baron. They might look for a mid push. But they are probably thinking that it's safer to go do Baron, as Sparks, one of the bigger carries on the side of Frogs, is down.
Absolutely, and that's just really good punishing from the Trundle and Ornn combination, right? Like, if I'm not mistaken, then the Trundle used Pillar, and then Sparks had to walk next to it, and then Ornn was able to just eat it, which is a really good interaction for a top jungle duo. But look at the game, right? Like, Azir is just about the strongest member on the side of Froggy Fighters. I'd say that he's just a little bit stronger than the Caitlyn, just because of the tabbies being picked up by the tanks on the side of Crocs with Glocks. If I'm not mistaken, then his soldiers do not proc any like on hits. They count as spells, so they will get around the passive on steel caps.
Yeah, Azir soldiers are spells, it procs Ludens, so that plated steel caps will not be doing much. However, I don't think that's the issue here, because we have Force of Nature on both 50 cal and T-Money, so they are going to be resisting quite a lot of damage off of Sparks. The Elder Drake is up in 45 seconds, and the Froggy Fighters were looking for some sort of trap, assuming that the Crocs would look for vision. And we might have like an ultimate fight here in the mid lane. The Cal is going in. They're fighting in a choke point against Ornn. Sparks has to run away. And Sporadic is free firing on 50 cal, but 50 cal just steals his stats, steals his HP. Ty is cool. Is chasing down Baratel alongside 50 cal. T-Money almost finds Sporadic. Sporadic has to flash away and now will get pillared. And Kuroi has just been split pushing this entire time, or not split pushing, pushing the mid lane. And so they didn't even have their Jinx in that fight and they still won it. And now this inhibitor will be taken. Will they try to go for the end? Will they try to go for the Elder Drake? If Kuroi can stay alive, you have to believe that the Crocs with Glocks takes this. Sparks is the final hope, but he will get caught up. He has to run away, but now he is so dang low, and the Crocs with Glocks are just going to end this. And this series is tied up 1-1. The battle of the amphibians, or the reptiles, or whatever they are, Crocs versus Frogs. It is not one-sided. It is closer than you think.
That's a rough game to lose, because after losing quite a bit of gold lead in the early game, they did actually pull back to have their own gold lead at one point of about like 1.5k gold. So we'll see what they choose to change up in the draft, because it just felt like there was no threat onto the Jinx, right? They weren't able to punch through the tanks on the side of Crocs of Glocks, right? And their tanks were not good enough. I think that if they're going to go for the same kind of like hoping for a front to back comp, they need to ban the Trundle, because the Trundle is able to just like take away somebody's tank stats completely, and is going to allow the Jinx and Victor to punch through them much easier than a Caitlyn and a Azir are able to punch through the tanks on Crocs with Glocks like the Ornn.
Definitely. We'll see how both sides adapt, because both sides had very strong parts of the game where they either want to fight, or their top laner or their bot laner or their mid laner popped off. So I think this comes down less to skill and more towards execution of the drafts that each side opts to select for themselves. And
absolutely.
Any final thoughts before we go into like a very short intermission?
I still want to see an Echo pick.
Actually, we might not go into an intermission. We might just go straight into the draft.
Okay, I will walk to the restroom real quick to use it.
Not allowed. Not allowed. Just kidding. All right. Well. All right, folks. Here we are. We'll see what the Froggy Fighters pick now that they are on the blue side. And you'll have to excuse me because I'm also watching our other draft on twitch.tv/LawLiga 0. ZWD versus the Devs. It is a banger of a first game. We have 43-minute game right now. Looking like it might go on even longer. So I'm sorry for shilling. It is 1-1 Crocs and Frogs. Crocs just won the second game. Yeah, and it I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not looking at the draft. One, because my partner in crime is not here.
I'm back.
All right, Fateless is back. So if we look at the draft adaptations, there's that Warwick band. Froggy Fighters must be really scared of this Warwick. And
Dude, that champion's insane.
Seraphine also banned, and Kale banned as well. So sort of like a repeat of the previous couple drafts from the Froggy Fighters in terms of bans. And Crocs actually do not want to give a first pick Ornn over to Froggy Fighters or that Misfortune or the Nasus. So we'll actually see what the blue side first pick is here.
So I do like the Seraphine ban, right? Tyus Cool did extremely good things with teamfight ults and keeping her entire team sustained, right? There were some fights at the end of the game where it just seemed like no damage was being dealt to Crocs or Glocks.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. Sporadic, first pick, Kaisa. The gloves are coming off, Sporadic. This is basically his champion in La Liga. He is best known for his Kaisa. We'll see if he can solo carry on it.
So I actually love Kaisa as a champion, right? Extremely strong, paired with any CC. And if I play ADC, that's probably the champion that I'm going to pick up in this current meta. Like, absolutely insane damage, extremely good scaling. And we see the Renata Jinx picked up from Crocs with Glocks, which is also an extremely strong duo lane. A bit weaker in lane versus the Seraphine Jinx, but will actually, in my opinion, scale better with the Renata Glask.
Definitely. Renata Glask plus a hyper carry is always very scary. You have that steroid on the W and also the revive. So even if this Jinx gets low and dies, all she has to do is get one kill and she's back up. And also, against Kaisa, I think Renata Glask has a lot of anti all-in, anti-dive potential. So do you think this is a Mumu jungle or a Mumu support?
Support. Personal opinion, I think that Amumu is a dog water jungle right now. And oh my goodness, they really, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Kaisa...
Amumu top.
Okay. So Kaisa Nami is actually a pretty strong duelist lane. And that is sort of what Sporadic and Fleas have been going for this entire time. Last game, there wasn't really any opportunity for any sort of dueling, so they weren't able to acquire a significant lead. And 50 cal on this Trundle, once again, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, so... He was kind of a menace last game, so I don't know why you would give it to him.
I mean, yeah, and the thing is that seeing an Amumu jungle, dude, I'll play Trundle into Amumu all day, right? If you track him, you show up to every single play that he goes to, and you just automatically win the 2v2, like, no matter what, basically. So, I do think that the Amumu pick is not that great, especially with Trundle still being open. I think that they should have either pick Trundle away or chosen a stronger duelist to try to deal with the Trundle in the early game and just sent a Mumu bot lane.
Yeah, definitely. I think your point about a Trundle just tracking a Mumu is going to be a very big point. I think this Trundle, if he plays his cards right and he doesn't get caught, he is going to completely roll over this Amumu. The composition on the set of Froggy Fighters, because the bot lane is very strong, this jungle is going to just try and play around activating this Kaisa. If he can get like a 5-minute ultimate, then that's what really enable this sporadic on this Kaisa to pop off. However, with Trundle and Maokai and Ronaldo Glask, I'm very doubtful this Amumu will get very far. But I mean, it's La Liga, so who knows what will happen?
Oh, absolutely. And looks like the Olaf for top lane, unless I'm for some reason right, and it's an Amumu top. But the Olaf will actually be able to even up any top lane 2v2s between Trundle Maokai and Amumu Olaf, right? Because the Olaf is just gonna match the Trundle's damage basically. So after that, then it'll basically just be who has item advantage, who has level advantage, stuff like that, and a Swain pick for the mid lane into Silas. Not the biggest fan of the Silas pick here. I think Swain and Nami are actually looking at a Mumu too. Yeah.
No. Silas, whenever he has good ultimates to steal, is always a good champion. I think he's going to struggle quite a bit versus Sparks. We actually have the only TSM Ed Sheeran in here. Sorry, Alteris. Is it Alteris now?
It is.
It is Alteris. Okay, it is Alteris. And Mr. Alteris, you're going to be taking over casting for me, if that is fine.
Sounds good to me.
All right. You actually invite Mr. Alteris in here.
Oh, game lobby is full.
Yeah, need somebody to go to spec real quick.
Yeah. Anyway, so this final... There we go.
There we go.
All right, so folks, it is Proton Plat player heading out. I will still be spectating and streaming, but Mr. Alteris will be the play-by-play, so I'm sort of casting if he doesn't want to do play-by-play, yeah. So, have fun.
Thanks.
Do you see the draft?
I do not. Well, I saw the draft screen on stream. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't see the draft, so this will be a good surprise. Give me plenty to talk about. We'll see. So Warwick band. I assume they're doing their real bands and not just trolling bands here. Yeah.
This is an extremely volatile game, I think, much more than the previous two games that we've had, which have been more of like just try to scale, or if you get a lead, just like snowball it through neutral objectives and stuff like that. But with this game, it looks like both sides just want to kill as much as possible and just like run down the enemy team once they're ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking at the bands here. I do like the Seraphine band. It's a very, very strong champion both in bot lane, either role or as a mid laner. So it's usually a pretty good like general blanket ban if you aren't quite sure what to target. I do like the Nasus ban coming out here from the side of Crocs with Glocks here. Probably means that with the Nasus and Ornn being banned out, they're probably just looking to play bot-centered, which with that Maokai pick is probably going to be true. They're probably just going to pick some sort of carry for Kuroi here. Probably not a scaling carry, because they really will lack quite a bit of damage into Olaf and Swain early if they go with something that scales later into the game. Okay. I'm excited. Swain and Olaf, I always like, especially paired with Amumu here. It's a lot of crowd control. Amumu does have to be careful because he can give a lot of stats over to Trundle. Um, but generally speaking, they got more than enough damage, so I think they'll be fine in these fights. I think both teams will need to be building grievous wounds at some point in this game. They've got Olaf Swain and then Maokai Trundle Silas. It's a lot of okay. I said I didn't want to see a scaling AD carry, but here we are. Kaisa coming out for sporadic. I really like his Kaisa. I think he's perfect on the Kaisa. It's just a very aggressive dive in with your team AD carry. It makes a lot of sense here with the Olaf and Swain and the Amumu as well. Nami, I'm not a huge fan of Nami paired with Kaisa, but it's probably just the draft that they got there. Um, Faye obviously flees on the Nami is perfectly fine, and not a glass coming out here. With the Jinx, it is a good champ to pair with Jinx just because it gives her a lot of what she needs with survivability early in the game, and then shielding and movement speed scaling later. Both of these team comps looking pretty good actually. I don't know that I like the Jinx, but it'll be fine.
Oh, one thing that Froggy Fighters did actually change up from their last game is that they had basically no threat onto the backline of uh, Crocs with Glocks and their Jinx Seraphine, which for some reason they didn't end up banning Seraphine last game, which I think was a huge mistake.
Hmm.
Um, Jinx Seraphine basically were just uncontested in team fights. They were able to just completely roll over everybody with the front to back with Orange and
Hmm.
Trundle just sitting in front of them. So now they have the Olaf, who's able to just run directly towards the Jinx, and it's either they kite or Jinx just dies, right? So we'll see if
Hmm.
the Kai'Sa is able to uh, land like a W and join the Olaf in the backline onto Jinx, or if they just go for like a front to back with Sparks and a Mumu peeling for Kai'Sa.
Hmm.
But it's definitely a very volatile game. The Trundle and Olaf are both able to run away very quickly with the game.
Yeah.
So
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say, I think what I'm looking for in this series, I do think on paper, Sporadic and Sparks are just a better carry duo than Kuroi and Flash of Night here. So I think both of these teams actually have pretty beefy, like bash your head into the wall comps here. So it's really gonna come down to who can position better and play team fights better here. So um, it'll be a it'll be a really good momentum builder for whatever team wins here.
Oh, absolutely. And I think just real quick is like how volatile
Mhm.
both teams are. It's extremely dangerous for both teams to make poor plays in the early game,
Yeah.
and it'll punish them a lot in the mid game.
Yeah. All right. With that, guys, we are going to head to a short intermission. We will be back when the game starts. All right, welcome back, everybody. We've got the game started now. Looks like a little bit of an invade here coming from blue side, but they might not expect this Tribush stack. I do just put a ward down, but I think, well, they did spot it. They might, oh, they might go for the catch out here. Oh, but Olaf spots them trying to get across the river.
Just a couple of free stacks going over to Swain for his passive. Of course, the game going to make him very tanky. But that was almost a repeat of last game on how the level 1 fights went down.
Yeah.
The exact same kind of bush entrance into river from red side. Of course, they did swap sides this game.
Yep. They are going to get information here, however, both sides of where the other jungler is starting, so it will just be a cross map here, with Trundle pathing down towards bot, and Amumu pathing up towards his blue buff eventually, and potentially looking to gank the Maokai later on. But yeah, I think both of these teams are playing where they need to play, because I think if you let Sporadic and Please just scale through this game, once they hit mid game, they're going to be a lot scarier than the Jinx until late game. But Trundle actually goes for an invade here, but he is caught by this ward, so they're going to know that he's there. Amumu is actually choosing to walk up to his blue buff here. Fight might break out here. Bandage toss, is it going to come out? Not quite sure. Amumu does land the smite, and actually the Swain pull gets the Trundle here. He might be in trouble. Chains miss onto the Swain. Nothing's really going to happen, and meanwhile on the bot side, another fight's breaking out. Can't quite keep track of both. But overall, actually pretty good for blue side here, as Amumu was actually able to secure his bandage toss and smite the blue buff.
So that wasn't a bad idea to invade from 50 cal. Obviously, it's an Amumu, so he's gonna win just about like any 1v1 duel.
Oh. Okay.
All right, so
I really want you to talk, but every time you start talking, something happens. That started with an interesting flash from Please. Do we want to talk about the rest there?
I mean, that's not the worst thing in the world for the Kai'Sa.
No.
Obviously, did trade a kill, but of course, the wave is in a terrible position. So it is pretty unfortunate in that matter, but Ty's will be able to just pull it, and they'll be able to just deny some more farm, just get basically like 2.5 waves for basically free, just able to free farm it under tower.
Amumu walks up, lands the bandage toss. Is it going to be enough? He goes back in for the subjugate, but it's not going to be enough, and Silas does fall. Is it called subjugate? I can't remember.
What?
Oh, it's... I'm thinking of abduct, not subjugate. I don't know what else I'm thinking of. Anyways. Yeah. Abduct, abscond. Anyways, what are your thoughts on this jungle pathing out of these two junglers here, with the Trundle clearly focusing on the bot side quite a bit, but he's been spotted so many times.
Just missing that ward.
Oh,
So
yeah.
they're in their first game, Crocs or Froggy Fighters did an excellent job of tracking 50 cal, and here they are doing it again, basically, denying him the blue buff on Amumu's side, and then spotting him out in this top side, being able to just basically just keep him from fighting as much as possible in this early game. And we'll see if it's basically a repeat from their first game that they had.
Yeah, and it feels like their tracking has been completely on point. I mean, every time I've looked at Trundle, he's been on top of a ward, and the bandage toss actually goes in onto the Renata. She is going to get caught and dies here. 3-2 for the side of Froggy Fighters now.
See, and the only reason that they know that they can go for that play is because they know that Trundle's not bot side, right? They have wards basically siding him, or if he was there, and they know that he's not, so why not just go for the fight, right? It's it puts them in a very tough position, because Amumu does not want to be on the same side of the map, or if he is, then he wants to be counter ganking, maybe like a dive or something like that, or just like threaten and dissuade them from going all in on the gank.
Mhm.
But him being able to proactively make his own ganks is not what 50 cal wants to allow happen, right? He
Mhm.
wants to be able to track the Amumu because he's such a stronger duelist
Yeah.
when it comes to these early game fights.
Man, one thing I feel like I need to point out here is the Maokai has actually got a 20 farm lead already at 6 minutes into the Olaf. I don't think that the tree should be winning that hard early, but I also just don't know that matchup, so my initial intuition is that Olaf should be the one winning this matchup at the moment, but no, Team Money has actually done a very good job of getting himself a lead here.
So I'm also unsure of who would win like a tank versus Olaf matchup in the top lane. Of
Yeah.
course, once it's level 6, then Olaf's able to just kind of run at him, and it's
Oh,
like he
nice
just stat
little
checks him.
alcove setup here. Could be trouble for the bot lane of Crocs with Glocks here. Do manage to root up the Yomumu though with the Jinx, so they are gonna get out. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Olaf should win into most tank matchups, but at the same time, I know Maokai's really busted right now.
So I
So
mean,
my
after the waves that were just taken, then he's only 6 CS down. So I think that it was more of just like wave management difference
okay.
from anywhere that people walked. Olaf did indeed take an early back. I'm not sure if it's because he got chunked out or not, but he did actually end up crashing like a really big wave into
hmm
the enemy top tower at one point.
Yeah, and I'm actually seeing high pings from Fleas here, so I wonder if there's some sort of internet issue going on her end because she just pinged, I think 120 ping is what I saw. So that's pretty tragic, but it doesn't excuse the flash that we saw earlier either. Maokai manages to get the vision cone, does get out in time, but man, these fights are they they can be really scary for either team here.
Oh, absolutely, and it's just because of the volatility of the champions themselves, and they might be trying to collapse on the Swain here.
Yeah, the pillar lands, but I don't think it's gonna do anything. Doesn't catch him on the right side of it, and Sparks just gets to walk away here. And we do see Maokai walking down the river, so maybe he's looking for an ult here, but I don't think it'll happen. Beartail's done a phenomenal job of tracking the jungler and the top laner this game. I don't know if he's the one calling that or if somebody else is telling him where to ward, but man, the Froggy fighters are just on point this game. Oh my goodness, a huge flash into the Curse of the Sad Mummy there, catches 3, and it's just a double kill for Froggy fighters here.
Yeah, I mean that's just not respecting the fact that the Amumu is 6, Trundle isn't. He has ult up, right? There's no other place for him to use it, and they kind of just all clumped up at the wrong time, right? They didn't have enough vision here in the river on the blue side, you know, in like the but I don't even know what you'd call this bush, like behind blue, but like still touching river. I don't know.
Yeah, and with Fleas also coming up, rotating for that objective, I mean, Froggy fighters are just looking like a very cohesive unit right now. They're looking strong with a 2k gold lead here at 9 minutes into the game. Meanwhile, we see top lane, not much has changed. I mean, the Maokai didn't commit anything topside, but he also, I mean, I'm sure at some point it's got to feel tough for him in this matchup against the Olaf, especially if the Mumu threatens to roam up. But man, this game's already starting to look a little bit scary here for Crocs with Glocks because you're waiting on a Jinx to scale, but if you never reach that point, then I don't see where their win condition is. We see
Absolutely,
Kuroi
and
might be
really
in
good
trouble
wards.
here. Dodges the bubble. Meanwhile, Flash of Night catches Beartail with the abscond abduct, but Beartail, after the pillar lands, isn't able to get out.
That's just stepping up a little bit too far, not being completely aware of where the enemy team is, right? Not having vision in the river, right? Not really thinking like to get vision, right, they should have probably rotated Fleas up mid off of a reset, and then just dropped Herald mid, and then the 3 of them walk into River together, and then you have push and LP on the Olaf with his TP up.
Yeah.
But it's still 10 minutes, never mind.
Meanwhile, fight breaking out here in the river potentially. Tyascool lands the handshake onto Swain, and Swain might be in trouble here. Manages to get blown up. Sporadic ults in, but he's on the wrong side of the map now, and now he has to flash to get out. Blows the exhaust as well just to get away from the tree. I think the Maokai was a little bit low on health. Flea's caught in the river here, also flashes, but she's not going to be able to get out. Oh, Curse of the Sad Mummy mid lane in the meantime is going to catch Kuroy, and she's going to go down. Team Money in trouble here as the Kai'Sa's just hitting away. Will manage to get out as he's under tower there, but oh man, that was a messy fight from both teams, I think.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that Froggy Fighters shouldn't have really taken any of that, if I'm honest with you. I think that they should have just shoved waves really hard. Obviously, in the top lane, Olaf took 3, almost 4 plates, I'm pretty sure, in that time. I'm pretty sure that tower was, like, completely healthy.
Yeah.
So Olaf did just get a lot of solo gold. But
yeah, and that's why even though Crocs with Glocks did get more gold out of that fight, and they almost closed the gap in kills, they're still down now 1,000 gold because this Olaf is just gaining quite a lead here in gold. But as I say that, the Trundle does come up, presses ult onto the Olaf. He's going to be very squishy here. He's going to just fall.
He's just hitting the wrong person. He was hitting the Maokai when he could have just started hitting the Trundle, and actually, he might be able to just stat check him.
Well, yeah. I don't know that it matters that once he's ulted by Trundle, though. He's so squishy is his problem, and Trundle steals away attack damage, so I don't know. Trundle into Olaf feels really bad for Olaf, I think.
I mean, the thing is, like, Trundle's the only person that can deal with an Olaf, so I mean,
yeah, that's true.
It's it's definitely a risky thing, like having Trundle anywhere else on the map when they're trying to fight the Olaf.
Yeah, but while that was going on, we also saw the Herald mid, and again, even though Crocs with Glocks are finding themselves individual picks here, they're still losing out on objectives on the map, and even though they're catching up and have completely evened out the scoreline here, they're still down 2,000 gold in this game.
And Push and LP might have just TP'd top to just die again.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Team Money will be able to press the ult button here, and it's going to cut Olaf away from his tower, and the Trundle Pillar lands. This is just going to be another death here for Olaf, most likely. He does flash out, but Maokai follows up with his own flash. Is going to have enough damage to secure this kill here. And Push an LP for the second time in a row. Dies this time without having teleport to come back to lane, which is pretty catastrophic for his lane, as the Maokai is now 3-0.
That's just really unfortunate, especially for the Olaf, right? You don't want an Olaf from behind. Like, an Olaf from even, alright, I mean, it's still going to be an absolute menace. But it's not something like a Kled who's, when behind, is still able to pull something out of, like, just about nowhere, just doing magic tricks, getting half his health bar back.
Ooh, flash from Beartail lands a Curse of the Sad Mummy onto both bot laners from Crocs with Glocks here. Huge ult from him. He's going to be able to secure both kills here with Sporadic's help. And man, Beartail is really putting his team on his back this game. It's beautiful to watch.
Oh, absolutely. And it's just like having such a simple champion to have the liberty of picking fights with, right? Amumu, obviously, he does have some downsides, right? Not being able to really duel enemy junglers in the early game, but his team was able to get him past that through early wards and rotates, so now he's able to just basically just be engage bot and be extremely tanky and do damage while doing it.
Oh, bubble lands from Fleas there onto 50 cal. He's in trouble here. Pillars, but he pillars himself and gets stuck in the wall, and he's gonna fall. Flash of Night might be in trouble here as well. Gets pulled by the Swain, commits the Swain ult. It's the Swain versus Swain. It's some hot Swain action here in the mid lane as they're just Venn diagramming each other, but it is going to be Flash of Night that falls as he's still the weaker champion at this point in the game.
I mean, yeah, he's 2 levels down from Sparks. I don't think he should have taken that fight at all. I don't think that he wins that in just about any world without his team coming to help.
Push an LP. Okay. Okay, not quite close enough to commit there. Maybe he is now, though. Pushing LP still up very far at this point. Doesn't need to be this far up, but he finds himself just taking poke damage. Oh, Maokai goes in, but this is not good for him. His whole team was waiting in the bush. He's going to be in trouble now. Has to commit the ult just to get out, but Olaf might be able to chase him. Renata probably able to save him here if he gets chased. Nope. Okay, he is just going to get out. Nothing will happen. Ults are blown, and nothing is gained for either team here.
Ping's being dropped onto the dragon for Froggy Fighters. They will be able to secure that because of the handshake being given from Crocs with Glocks, just taking the Herald for a constellation prize, which isn't a bad option, right? It's third Drake. Both teams have one Drake.
Ooh.
The Jinx ult getting dangerously close.
Yeah, that was that would have been a sick play if it had happened. Might have actually been really huge for Crocs with Glocks, because this game is slowly but surely slipping away from them with a 3,500 gold lead now in the hands of, or sorry, 4,000 gold? No, it is 3,500 gold lead from the side of Froggy Fighters here.
Yeah, and it looks like almost all of that gold lead is on.
Mostly on Amumu and Swain.
Yeah,
right
actually, like if you're looking at like lead, it would probably just be on the Amumu Swain. Of course, the Kaisa is up 2 kills on the Jinx, but that's not the biggest lead that they have, with Swain being up 20 CS on top of that.
Yeah, handshake attempt there from Ty is cool, but isn't going to be able to land it there. Probably didn't want it to land because it might have baited his team into a fight that they did not want there. With 3, potentially 4 members of Crocs with Glocks being available. Beartail going in pretty deep here, does put a ward down, is going to be killed there, but this could be risky. They do see push and LP though, so actually this play might be safe for them if they commit here mid. And Olaf is going to walk up. I don't know that he actually wants to commit here. T-Money tanking the tower now, but it's not going to matter here. Mid tower does fall. Push an LP. Lands some good axes here, but does commit the ult, but I don't think he gets anything with it. Amumu is coming up though. Manages to land the bandage toss, which is actually all that Froggy Fighters needs to secure the kill there. And meanwhile, I didn't even see what was happening with the Swain, but he did find the Maokai in the river, so gets another kill for himself.
Shut down on it as well, so that's an extra
Yeah.
gold onto the Swain, which is not a champion that you want to see picking up a lot of gold, right? Of course, he's not like the most insane, like, yeah, I'm gonna one-shot everybody, but he's kind of the champion that's able to just soak up all of the damage and just never die in a team fight and just create constant DPS. He already picked up the Rylai's, so every time he ults, he's just a giant circle of slow and utility.
Yeah, and this mid tower is going to survive here just barely. A little bit under 1k health left, I believe, but yeah, this is starting to look really good for Froggy Fighters this game. And Jinx is still probably 2 items off of being able to threaten to carry these fights as well.
Absolutely, and I mean, the problem is that if they try to front to back, then the Olaf is just going to run straight towards the Jinx, or at least I hope he will. And then the Amumu is just going to be able to position to get the fattest Curse of the Sad Mummy possible.
Yeah. And honestly, Beartail's been really, really good with them this game. If I'm Crocs with Glocks, I'm definitely worried about that throughout the rest of this game. He's definitely putting the fear in them, because one Curse of the Sad Mummy can end their whole game here. And looks like the next objective up, I believe it's the Baron actually, but I don't think either teams will commit. Yeah, I don't think either team will commit here. Kuroi might be a little bit far up, but it did actually bait an ult out of the Nami there, so maybe it's not all that bad. So what are you looking for Crocs with Glocks to do here, with them being in a 5,000 gold deficit? What is their win condition here?
Kind of like their win condition as their first game. After being down so much, they had a Kale top who they needed to let scale, but this game then they need to let the Jinx scale. obviously the Silas very important as well, but the Silas can honestly just turn into a CC bot for the Jinx, right? Stand in front of her. I don't think diving the backline would be the best option for him. I think that he should just try to steal away Nami and Amumu ult as much as possible and look for engage attempts.
Oh, all of Froggy Fighters is going to be caught here on the sword. Beartail commits a flash into the bandage toss, doesn't manage to land it though, because they saw him early. Fleas actually takes a tower shot, their huge charged up tower shot with the pillar, and does have to flash out, but no kills on either side here. And
So
we
Froggy
see...
Fighters are looking to take this dragon, but
Oh man, I think...
Glocks might just turn around and just start Baron.
Yeah, they are starting it. It has been started by Crocs with Glocks here. It's at 11k at the moment, while the dragon is falling. They will know that the Baron's being taken here with the Swain W, but man, are they going to be able to get there in time? It's already at 5k, and they've just barely crossed into the mid lane now. Swain committing the Ghost to try and get there in time, but he's going to find it way too late. Oh, Sporadic commits the ult to go in. He is going to find the Renata here early. Flash has to be committed by Trundle to get out of there, but I think other than... Well, Koroi might go down here, actually. She's very low. She's going to go down here. I don't know that... Oh, Bandage Toss into the Curse of the Sad Mummy actually finds both there, into the bubble, into another Bandage Toss. Man, this is beautiful team fighting here from Froggy Fighters. They managed to commit quite a lot out of Crocs with Glocks here, and they find most of the kills anyways. 2 Barons left on the side of Crocs with Glocks, but they do manage to get out with it.
That was a really good chase from Froggy Fighters, just recognizing that they don't want the entire team with Barons, so they were able to fully commit and just communicate that Amumu was able to blast cone over to end up getting Team Money dead as well, which is pretty big, in my opinion, having the Maokai without Baron. It kind of just takes away any kind of like side lane matching that he might be able to do, where you just can't push into him at all.
Yeah. And man, I gotta say, I think Beartail's my MVP this game, if I'm looking for one. He's landed so many multi-man Curse of the Sad Mummies this game, and it's just been so disgusting to play against if you're Crocs with Glocks, because, I mean, how do you teamfight when your whole team's CC'd?
Oh yeah, and the first game he played Zac, which I was very impressed by his Zacs, and I was more of impressed by Froggy Fighter's entire like team effort to track 50 cal, and Olaf's gonna have to ult and flash away from this, but
it's not gonna be enough here, as we see a potential fight possibly going to break out here in the mid lane very soon. Looks like Crocs with Glocks are positioning themselves to be able to secure a dragon later on, get vision in the spot side of the map, but man, I don't know if they're gonna find it. Maokai commits his Nature's Grasp, but doesn't find anything. The wave coming out of Nami, but Tai's Pool just flashes away from it.
Crocs with Glocks pick up a nice objective banning off of the Olaf pick that they were able to pick up, trading Silas's flash for it, but
yeah,
unfortunately, they were not able to see that was all going to happen because Crocs with Glocks vision control.
Oh, never move finds Tai's Pool here. Handshake does land though. He's going to be able to save himself with that. Sorry, what were you saying?
No, you're good. I was just highlighting how much vision Crocs with Glocks have in the enemy bot side. The dragon not spawning too soon, so the wards will all die by the time that dragon spawns, with the exception of like the one scryer orb in the behind red buff bush. But it is really good when you're going for any play like that to just sneak an objective bounty off of a pick to have complete vision control basically in an entire quadrant of the map.
Yeah, that's huge, and honestly, I think that's what I talked about with just trying to get drag set up. They want to deny the Ocean Soul here, because Ocean Soul for Froggy Fighters is probably just game, because there's no way you're ever cutting through the Swain and the Olaf with Ocean Soul. Oh, and we see a little bit of movement here from Crocs with Glocks. They're all going to get caught on that pink ward, though. They are committing towards this dragon, but I don't know. They might get sandwiched here. Nature's Grasp committed by the Maokai, but countered by the wave, as always. And oh man, Nature's Grasp is not something you don't want to have when you're having to fight over Soul here. Silas steals the wave, though. Does manage to find his way onto the Nami. Is going to get caught out. Has to Zanya's here. The Rocket actually catches one. Beartail goes in, commits the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but he's by himself. Doesn't manage to get anyone with it. And oh my god, surely the team with the lead in La Liga wouldn't throw it, right? But that's exactly what we're seeing here as Crocs with Glocks cleanly finds 2 here. The rest of Froggy Fighters desperately trying to scramble to find this, but they're being flanked by the Maokai at the moment, and this is a dangerous commit from the Swain here. Flash of Night goes in, commits the Abduct, but just dies, and this might actually be a good fight now all of a sudden for oh, as I say that, can Sparks actually do anything here? I don't know that he can. I think he's just going to get kited out by the Jinx here. Never move land, so he's going to be able to walk out, but that was bad for Froggy Fighters.
Oh, that was extremely dangerous.
Oh, but okay, the eye actually hits Tai is cool, but the shield does save him. Man, this fight started with Nami actually getting caught out, and now she's all the way back. Swain gets caught by the Jinx zap and just dies and gives the shutdown over to the Jinx, which is exactly what Crocs with Glocks wants now. And all of a sudden, the gold lead has been completely tied up, and objective bounty secured by the side of Crocs with Glocks, and it just delays the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, and I think that's it really just comes down to better vision control as a team, right? Obviously, it's not really a support versus support vision control, having basically even CS scores, but it's really about timing of vision and when you're able to walk in to a space, right? And the beginning of that fight, then Sparks was all the way back in base whenever the Maokai and Nami ult were being traded.
Yeah. And actually, it looks like Crocs with Glocks really wants to do this Baron here. I don't think they're going to commit onto it, though, as they've already been spotted out, but Zap from the Jinx does hit the Amumu. Killer committed, but nothing will be found here. It's just vision control for Crocs with Glocks here, and this could be very dangerous for Froggy Fighters if they walk through this corridor here. Swain commits the ult, and Silas commits the Swain ult too, but oh my god, it's such a wet noodle fight, but actually, you see Swain getting into the backline here, manages to find multiple people on Crocs with Glocks, and it's just a one fight for the side of Froggy Fighters. Triple kill going over to the Swain, and that's probably going to be game here.
And that was a 4v5,
yes.
by the way. And it all comes down to the huge lead in the mid lane, right?
Yes.
3 item Silas versus, or 2 item Silas versus 3 item Swain. Working on his 4th right now. So the Amumu ultimate directly onto the backline was just absolutely insane. Renata's ult did actually buffer the timing of that by like a 1.5 seconds or something like that, whatever the timing of it is.
Yeah, and when I said that
1.75 seconds, but
yeah, and when I said that corridor was dangerous for Froggy Fighters, I meant that the Renata ult could have done a lot more damage there than it actually ended up doing. It was just barely improperly timed there, and I don't know, this game is usually coming down to who has cooldowns versus who doesn't so far, but looks like Froggy Fighters are finally pulling ahead with their lead again.
Oh, absolutely, and it's just really like having the lead in the right places, right? Like there are 2 carries, right? The Swain Kaisa, which are both disgusting and extremely like Swain's extremely difficult to kill. The Kaisa is difficult to kill simply because she's gonna kill you first, right?
Yeah, she will.
And it's like, where do you find a good fight for Crocs with Glocks, right? Like they just lost a 4v5 or a 5v4, right? Like Olaf wasn't there the entire time, right? He was pushing top wave. And that entire fight happened.
That should be his new name, Pushing Top Wave. It's no longer Pushing LP, it's Pushing Top Wave.
Absolutely. Like at this point, it's almost like his team doesn't need him, and it's like he can hear me because he definitely just pinged on my way to top. So
Yeah, and man, this game is getting really tricky. Kuroi is getting to the point where she has almost enough items to threaten to carry these fights, but man, they still have basically no heal cut. I mean, if Renata's not able to shield multiple members, then I mean that's really their only heal cut at this moment. I guess Maokai just finished. Actually, he just finished his Thornmail, so they'll have a little more going into this fight, but it's not super reliable at the moment.
So one thing that I'd like to kind of like focus on is the build path for Maokai. The Frozen Heart. I'm kind of skeptical because the Olaf isn't really having a lot of impact in the fights. Kai'Sa's really the only person that you have to decrease her attack speed.
Yeah,
I actually
agree.
think that having something that makes him significantly tankier when it comes to HP, say like a Randuin's.
Yeah, or a Force of Nature, even into
Yeah.
Swain and a Mumu.
Absolutely, right? Like, Swain has Rylaz, right? It's picked it up second, and now he has Zonia's on top of that, so he's just never gonna die, right? He's just walking up.
Swain getting a little aggressive. Nature's Grasp committed onto him, but actually this might still be a good fight for his team. Olaf commits the ult though, just gets blown up. Baratel on the side there. Does actually land the bandage toss onto the carries there in the backline, but doesn't manage to get anything as his team's still too far away, and it's just going to be the carries now for Froggy Fighters. Is it going to be enough? I don't think it is, and Swain is going to fall here probably after. Oh, wait a minute. Maokai just walked into his ult while he was Zanya. That was completely on him, and now he's not going to be able to rejoin this fight. Swain is going to be able to walk away. It's still a net positive for Crocs with Glocks, but I think they misplayed a little there at the end, and instead of being able to threaten to end the game now, they'll just have to secure the dragon, which is also fine for them. And it's going to be 3 drags for both teams.
That was just a timing issue
Yeah.
from Baratel and the rest of his team, right? He went in, got a 2-man ultimate onto the Jinx and Renata Glask, but his team wasn't like on top of the enemy front line, right? If they're on top of the enemy front line, like that's okay because they're gonna be able to burn them down quickly enough. But he wasn't. It was like he went in right when the rest of his team was backing off, so it was just a slight communication error that lost them the fight. But even then, it's like, sure, they can lose a fight, but it's extremely hard for Crocs with Glocks to be like, yeah, we can win this fight. You know what I mean? It's more of like saying like, it's more of up to Froggy Fighters to lose the fight versus Crocs with Glocks to win it themselves.
Yeah, it was a weird flank timing from Baratel, but also I just have to say Sparks and Push and LP didn't have their super fed Kai'Sa or Nami anywhere near them, so it was just like they went in early and got caught by the Nature's Grasp, and it was just like a very disjointed fight. But we do see them pushing into Crocs with Glocks' base here a little bit with the minions. They're just going to be probably shoving and sieging until the next major objective is up. We'll have to see, but looks like they actually just want to back off and potentially recall here.
I mean, Baron's coming up in less than a minute. Their bot wave is very large.
Yep, and Flash of Night actually does stop the Olaf reset there. I wonder if that's going to mean any sort of difference in this upcoming fight here, as he actually walks so far back. I think he's just going to walk and catch the bot wave now, but they are going to see him down there, and maybe they could just look to bait out a teleport early and look for a later fight. Nature's Grasp committed yet again, but I don't think it's going to find anything this time. Never mind, does find the Swain, but the Never Move catches too, and oh, the Mumu flashes, but the handshake catches them immediately, and it's a lot wasted from the side of Froggy Fighters there. That a Mumu not having flash.
It does take away the Maokai ultimate though, which is a very useful tool to either start the fight yourselves or to kind of like pull off from the fight, right?
Yeah, but it's already though, it's more than halfway to being back up. Like, this is not anything compared to the Mumu Flash timer, which is probably more critical for landing Curse of the Sad Mummy at this point. Oh, Flash of Night almost landed the Abduct. I don't know that he wanted that. Keeps looking though.
I mean, I think if you land an abduct or any kind of engage onto the Nami, I think you just take it.
Yep, wave committed here early by the Nami, but the Berserk coming out from Renata does manage to find multiple here. The Swain is committing his damage into the backline almost. Sporadic manages to find 2 here. Can he find a third? Manages to land the W onto Maokai. Just hammering away at him. Finds a third here. Can he find a fourth? Goes in, commits the flash, commits the ult. He finds Kuroi. He finds 4. Can he find a pentakill? Yes, he can. Gets the pentakill. Froggy fighters manage to find themselves this fight. Yeah, and that's going to be game for them here.
It does look like it will be game 3 going over to Froggy Fighters, putting them up 2-1. And we'll be going into game 4. And one thing to note is that blue side has 100% win rate. I'm not sure if that really has anything to do with actually how they play the game, but it will be something that we look at least briefly going into game 4.
Yeah, and a pentakill pushes Sporadic and his team to match point here against Crocs with Glocks. Oof, that was a series, man.
So what do you
Sorry,
want
Liam.
to see changed up from Crocs with Glocks? Because in my opinion, I think that they need a more reliable form of engage. In my personal opinion.
I didn't think the
Uh,
engages were bad. They have plenty of engage tools, but I think the Nature's Grasp is enough for them there. But man, I really didn't like the Jinx pick in draft, and I don't think I like how it played out either in game. I mean, yes, it did the most damage for her team, but it just took too long to be relevant in that game. And I mean, we saw by the time Koroi finally started picking up kills and doing damage, I mean, Sporadic was already a full item ahead, and it was just devastating for Crocs with Glocks. So I think next game I'd like to see something like an MF or Caitlyn, something that can come online earlier than the Jinx would. If you're trying to go for something that can also scale, maybe a Varus, but yeah, I think their draft was mostly okay, but the problem is Jinx just I don't know, when you have Swain Olaf and Mumu, she's just not useful most of the time.
See, I kind of disagree with you on the Maokai being uh, okay engage. I think that Nature's Grasp is really good for follow-up engage. I think that you need a reliable way to choose a fight and then have Nature's Grasp dropped after the fact, right? So it's more of like a initial fight, blow somebody up or chunk somebody down really hard, and then when the team is already on the back foot, then set up with Nature's Grasp at whatever angle. But we will be going to a break before game 4. So any final thoughts, Alturas?
Um, nope. Frog Gap.
Frog Gap.
Superior reptile.
Aren't frogs amphibians?
I don't know. Something. They're animals. Welcome back to Game 4 of Crocs with Glocks versus Froggy Fighters, everybody. We are getting into draft here, starting off with a NASA ban. I'm not quite sure what the obsession with the NASA ban has been here both games now. I don't know. Do you have any insight into why the Nasus has been banned?
The first game he was extremely difficult to deal with for Crocs or Glocks.
Okay.
Basically the single-handed reason that Kale was not able to carry. So
Okay.
the Kale had like a 2 point something attack speed, and whenever Nasus would wither her, it would go down all the way down to like 0.5.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Kale being banned in response here by Froggy Fighters. I think that's intelligent, if that is the case, for what they're looking for. Swain being banned here by Crocs with Glocks. Obviously, just paying respect to Sparks on the Swain. He very much had a pop off game and silently carried his team through a lot of that. And yeah, we'll see what the response is here. What do you think that Froggy Fighters should be banning here, other than the Kale?
It's hard to say. They should probably ban Misfortune, and they should also ban Seraphine. I think. Yep, there's a
Okay,
Seraphine ban.
I like
The
it.
Ty School has shown up on Seraphine time after time. It's
Mm-hmm.
basically like a permaban champion against him. His Renata not as terrible as some of his other picks, but it's definitely not even close to his Seraphine in my opinion.
Yeah, and we see Vladimir being banned out by Crocs with Clocks, again, just targeting the mid lane there. It is a staple champion of Sparks, so not a surprise to see there, but it does mean that there's potential for Froggy Fighters to get a lot of picks that they want in other lanes here. We'll see what they ban
Absolutely. I
here.
mean, there's there was a lot of emphasis on top bans in previous games, and now Push LP is able to basically pick whatever he wants between Aatrox, Mordekaiser, Olaf that we saw last game, which he wasn't too successful on, but it was fine because of Swain and Kaisa.
Yep,
So
Warwick being banned out here. Victor first pick makes sense, I think. Just getting 50 cal onto a good champ, although I am hearing things in. Okay, nope. I think the victor was intended there. I had to check because I heard comments going off in the lobby, but it looks like the victor is the intention here. A little bit of a dangerous blind pick here, I think, because there are some matchups where he can be abused in certain ways, but Froggy Fighter is just going to respond with picking up the Misfortune here, which I like to see. Very easy to execute champion, just provides a lot of team fighting power, isn't terribly weak at any stage of the game. Um, isn't always the best at certain stages, but I mean, if you need just a solid AD carry, I mean, this is what I was talking about, where like Froggy Fighters seem to have the better draft around bot lane, and Misfortune Amumu is definitely one way to win team fights.
absolutely, and I mean, I think that the Victor first pick is kind of troll. Obviously, Flash of Night, he'll go even, more than likely in lane. There are things that are able to punish him, but I think leaving Misfortune open is just kind of griefing yourselves.
They picked
I
Lulu
think
here. I wonder if they picked Twitch. Nope, they commit to the
Lulu
Jinx
Jinx.
again. I'm not a
Uh,
fan of it, but maybe Koroi can find a way to make it work this game.
I think Korai didn't do too bad on the Jinx in the last 2 games. The game 2 he did extremely well paired with the Seraphine, and now he's paired with another Enchanter who's able to give him a lot of stat boosts and stuff like that. And now it's a bit harder to kill the Jinx than with the Renata, who just kind of gives her a second life.
Gee. But yeah. Oh man, Nami being locked in here by Froggy Fighters again, just this is the result of Crocs with Glocks just focusing so many bans on the mid lane here. And towards the top side as well. Bot lane just gets exactly what they want here, and MF Nami can be scary, man. A lot of
Absolutely.
tools for them to engage with the Misfortune ult here so far.
So the Trundle ban onto 50 cal. I'm I'm sure that they're not really too worried about. Uh, I'd actually like to see an Ornn ban here. They used it extremely well in game 2, um, and it kind of takes away like a huge engage tool that Team Money is very comfortable playing.
Igar being banned out, I feel like that is the sort of champion Wes would rather, or Sparks would rather, like, jump off a cliff before he had to play on, ironically, but, like, I don't know, they banned it anyways. Hecarim being banned out here, obviously just a very strong jungler. I don't know if it's played by 50 cal, but it is strong enough that it warrants a ban for most teams at this point. Ornn being the
Glocks
ban in response
ban
here.
themselves.
Yeah, I feel like they're countering themselves again, honestly, a little bit. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
well,
not sure what Crocs of Glocks will pick up for engage tools. Um, of course, like Maokai is still open, and
ooh,
the
Yasuo.
Yasuo pick for Sparks
I
probably
like it.
could go top, but probably mid.
Yeah, it most
Leaving
likely
counter
will be
pick.
mid.
Yeah, leaving
Um,
counter pick for top lane.
It's such a treat watching Sparks play Yasuo. He's so mechanically talented on the champion. Um, Obviously, with him having a hand injury earlier this season, and I'm not sure how crazy he'll go with it, but I've seen him at his peak playing on this champion, and he can definitely take over games by himself. That being the response here, though, it is something we've seen picked into a lot of melee champs at Worlds in particular. I think it's a smart pick here, but it is also a blind pick into the top lane, so I mean, unless they're throwing Victor top, but I doubt they're doing that. Set can be countered by ranged top laners. He can be countered by certain carry top laners. I think Camille can do fine into him scaling at some point, but or even Gwen, but Sejuani being picked here as well. I wonder if that's Set. Do you think that's Set jungle or Sejuani jungle?
Probably the Sejuani jungle.
Okay.
I don't really see a lot of capability for Set being jungle, but Sejuani, extremely powerful jungler in my opinion.
Yep.
I think that she's very underplayed, and the Aatrox counterpick into Set. We'll see if he's able to have a bit more success this game on the Aatrox than game two,
Yeah,
which he
Aatrox.
just kind of got clapped by an Ornn.
Aatrox is pushing LP's signature champion, in my opinion. I don't know if it's his most played. It probably is. He's very, very good on the champion. I've seen him take over games with it as well. I am a little bit concerned about Yasuo's ability to actually get good ults reliably this game, but we'll see. All right, and with that, we'll see. We're gonna hopefully get the lobby started up here soon. I think Froggy Fighters has gotten a lot of comfort picks here in Game 4. But Crocs with Glocks can have some really disgusting team fighting and like zone control. So I'm thinking of like what these interactions will be mid game, and I'm struggling to see how a Yasuo will get into a team fight against a Victor and a Jinx, and even a Lulu.
Probably following up on a Namiar.
Yeah.
That's probably his best bet. If he's not able to do that, then he's probably just gonna sit in front of the Misfortune, uh, wind wall anything, and hit anybody that he can reach.
hmm Yep. And oh, I guess yeah, it's just Nami or Aatrox queues basically. I mean, unless he lands his own tornado on multiple people, but likely won't happen. And even if he does go in, like I think there's just so many tools to shut down this Yasuo here. Sejuani ult, Lulu ult, Victor W. I mean, it's gonna be very difficult for Yasuo to play this game regardless.
I mean, it's more of a game of which solo laner gets extremely fed, right? If the
Yeah.
Aatrox gets extremely fed, then they're gonna have to toss everything onto him, right? And then the Yasuo is able to just kind of walk into fights basically for free. Of course, if Yasuo gets fed, then they're gonna have to toss everything onto him.
Yeah.
But we'll see how they utilize the Victor. Flash of Night actually really good on the champion at kind of like postponing when the fights happen, keeping champions that have to run at you, such as
hmm
the Aatrox, out of the fight. So
Yeah.
without Black Shield on the side of Froggy Fighters, we'll see if they're able to pull off the Aatrox pick versus a Victor.
Yep. And Other than the Yasuo, I mean, Crocs with Glocks actually scale like crazy in this game, so if Froggy fighters aren't able to find themselves advantages um, in the mid game, this could get to a point where Jinx and Victor just have a crazy number of items and it becomes very difficult for them to actually uh, lose a fight just because their raw damage output will be way more consistent than an Aatrox and a Misfortune in these fights. All right, and I think with that, I believe we're going to be heading to a break soon. Um, so we will see you guys when we get into game. Welcome back, everybody, to Game 4 of Froggy Fighters with Crocs with Glocks. As we get into game here, um, pretty normal start here from both teams. I think we've seen them sort of clump up at these level 1s and try and cheese an advantage every game so far, or at least I have. But um, let's talk about these early game builds and runes. Is there anything out of the ordinary that you'd like to point out?
There is the cleanse off of Spark, so he does expect to get ganked by the Sejuani a lot, very clearly.
Mhm.
And then of course in the late game, then it will be mostly for the Lulu, polymorph. So that will hopefully be very useful, and he's not gonna lose out having Ignite instead.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't know. I feel like Cleanse is a weird one because even if he cleanses like the Sejuani ult, he's still in that slow field, and he might still just get caught by like a Victor W anyways if the Sejuani ult lands. We'll see. Um, but outside of that, there's actually not a whole lot of crowd control from the side of Crocs with Glocks, so I don't know if Cleanse was actually worth it. Maybe a QSS later in the game could have been a suitable replacement, but we'll see. I trust Sparks to know what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, he might even go for the QSS anyways to have like a double cleanse.
Mhm.
Of course, like that will be probably his like 4th, 5th item, more than likely. And you've seen the bot lane just like, why you ban Misfortune? Like she just hit like the double up onto Jinx for like 150 damage at level 1. Like absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and we see good poke coming out of mid lane here. That's the sort of pressure that Sparks can put out on Yasuo, landing the tornado, just chunking Flash of Night out a little bit there. One thing I'd like to pay attention to here is that Sejuani actually did the buff to buff jungle pathing, so she did her red buff on Vision, and then she immediately went to the blue buff, so even though Froggy Fighters know where he's at roughly right now, they might not have expected the buff to buff pathing, so this mid lane gank might still work here, as Zamuma is still working on his red buff at the moment. Sparks commits the dash in, keeps going forward here. Sejuani doesn't land the dash, he actually misses the dash as well. Flash committed by Sejuani, but a tornado comes out at the same time, stopping him in his tracks. Flash not going to have to be committed here quite yet by the Yasuo. Actually, Wind Walls turns around and kills the Victor with the help of the Amumu. Amumu will actually be stuck though after getting that kill, so it will just be a 1-for-1, but it's a huge advantage to Sparks at this point in time, because he will be able to catch this wave, force out the teleport, and it's just going to be his advantage in this lane. Now, with that being
Absolutely.
said,
I mean, that's just so unfortunate for Flash of Night. You know, like the kill took so long to try to secure. I think that once he got to like mid push, then they should have just backed off. They didn't know where Mumu was.
Yeah, and Fleas actually was going to land the bubble there. Kuroi did end up having to commit the flash to get out, but she is actually turning the fight here a little bit. Does get caught in another bubble. Fleas on point with the bubbles so far in this game, but nothing ends up happening other than a flash out of the Jinx in the end. And if I'm a Mumu, I'm looking to now potentially path towards bot side after this reset from Krugs here.
Absolutely. I mean, a huge wave being pushed in top lane, which is very unfortunate for pushing LP. I'm unsure where he lost all of the CS, but
and
he
another
is going to be down.
Another bubble landed from the Nami there, and nothing gained out of it in the end, as both bot lanes are going to be alive with just slivers of health here. Heal and Ignite popped from Froggy Fighters, but Flash and Heal committed from the Crocs with Glocks bot lane as well, so it's just even trade of sums in the end. And we see in the top side, Set has actually gotten quite a large lead in the farm department here. Teleport has to be committed by pushing LP here. He doesn't want to end up losing the stacked wave. Bandage Toss lands onto Flash of Night here in the mid lane, is going to be able to survive with his gravity field. Oh, another bandage toss lands. Gets Flash of Night very low. This might be a commit here from the Yasuo. Manages to commit. He is going to fall, but that's just going to be
So
more
close.
lost XP for the victor in the end.
Absolutely. And if I'm honest, I don't think that you should want the Victor Yasuo going 1 kill for 1 kill if you're the Victor.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
that the Yasuo's MR itemization is significantly better than your early game itemization for armor
Yeah, and
as an AP champion.
Victor actually lost like 2 waves there because he had committed TP earlier just to get back into lane, and now he's down permanently about 2 waves worth of farm. Now, if I'm Crocs with Glocks, how am I looking to take this dragon advantage and push it later into this game?
Well, it's only Cloud,
Mhm.
which is actually pretty big, taking it away from Froggy fighters because of the slow resistance that you get versus like a champion like the Sejuani, right?
Mhm.
And even like the Gravity Well from Victor. So I think that it's definitely a decent pickup. Not very much slow to deal with on your end. It's basically just the MF and Nami down in bot lane, but
Yeah, Yasuo actually tries to contest this ward here, but it's gonna get him into a lot of trouble here. Gets caught out by the Victor ult. Man, that's just gonna be whatever
he just
lead
doesn't
that.
use cleanse. I don't
Yeah,
like,
whatever
like
leads
if
that.
you're gonna pick cleanse, you have to use it, you know.
Yeah, whatever lead he he just lost. I mean, that's gonna be huge for him here. The Chaos Storm picking him off is just gonna be. I mean, he's going to be losing as much XP as he had gained, so Flash of Night actually with an XP lead here. Bandage Toss lands on a 1, Curse of the Sad Mummy finds both, and oh my god, Baratel is just too good on this champion. Froggy fighters finding their way back into this game. Flash being
Good flash
committed
away.
there early. Yeah, that was a good flash actually by Faye. Recognizes the potential danger there. And it's just going to be farm gathered by the victor here. Not much else. I don't... Yeah, other than Nami Flash though, not much was used. None of the ults got committed in the end, so it's just a flash advantage now for Crocs with Glocks in the bot lane. But that's going to be up to 50 cal to recognize that timing where his bot lane have all their sums and Nami doesn't have flash.
So that is some interesting like just like taking over waves for each other. Like Aatrox could have been shoving in for so long. Obviously he opted out to help the Amumu take Herald, but there was quite a while there where
Glacial
Set was-
Prison finds
yeah,
its way onto Sporadic. He flashes in, tries to trade the Korra, gets the flash trade in the end. And, I mean, good kill there from the Misfortune, but you have to think that they possibly overstayed and it cost them quite a bit there. Low health bars means they had to commit all of their sums as well just to even be able to trade 1 kill back for 2.
And we actually missed an all-in mid where
Yeah.
both ults were dropped. Victor had to
Flash bandage toss, and Korai has left the game. I don't know if that's going to be... Okay, that is going to result in a pause here. Flash of Night.
such an awkward place to be paused. Like shit.
Yeah. Well, uh... anyone want to say their prayers to Flash of Night with me? Anybody... Anybody... Anybody, anybody want to...
His gravity field is on cooldown.
Yeah.
His ult's on cooldown. It was nice knowing you, Smalls.
Flash of Night. We will say goodnight to you in just a moment here as it looks like the pause timer will stop here in just a moment as one team readies up. And whenever the other team wakes up and notices it, we'll be back in this game. Yeah, and it looks like Korra is back because, oh, I think it's actually just spectator delay. And that's the reason that the pause hasn't come back yet. So this might end up being like a 3-minute long pause. Oh, no, never mind. I willed it into existence. Yeah, Flash of Night dead there, as we saw, and Baratel actually almost overstays there and trades the kill back, but does manage to find his way out.
That's really big
20.
for Sparks, right? Like you play Yasuo, your objective is to carry the game.
Yep.
He does have to flash away from the Sejuani, but
Yep, and this pause is an intentional feature of the replay system, so it's not a bug. We are still here. It catches up. Yep, we're good.
we are on time.
Yeah, and T-Money actually was committing on to push an LP there, burns the Ignite, but manages to pick up the kill, and meanwhile, we actually missed Sparks having to commit his flash to get away from Sejuani, flanking him in the mid lane. So just really well played by Crocs with Glocks to find advantages in both solo lanes there. Now, if I'm Froggy Fighters and I'm looking... am I looking to get Heralds this game, or am I looking to try and catch up in Drags? Because I feel like either one could work for them here. They have such a good team to like commit to dives with the Herald with, but at the same time, Drags being buffed a couple patches ago, like it's so valuable to get for either of these teams at this point.
I think considering that it's an Infernal, I think that they will need to contest this one.
Okay.
Of course, Crocs with Glocks do have the better rotate already. Set's
Sparks
already down here.
committing here, lands the tornado on one, but he's just gonna get caught. Actually manages to dash over the wall, that wave catching him there, but isn't gonna be enough. Glacial Prison actually finds its way onto Sporadic, and it's just gonna be a disaster for Froggy Fighters here as 3 get caught out. And it's going to be 4 here as Baratel is probably going to fall here. Gets hit by the push from Sejuani, isn't able to find any Krugs over the wall with the bandage toss, and he does fall. And it's just going to be a clean second dragon. 4 for 0 here on the side of Crocs with Glocks.
So yeah, I mean, that was just extremely unfortunate with like the set already being down there already. They didn't really know that he was there until he was already on top of them. So I think that Froggy Fighters need to get better vision, better probably, I'm not sure if Push and LP was like communicating that with his team, but they need to get
overstay from Victor. Might be in danger here. Nope, Gravity Field will get him out safely.
Such a dumb ability, by the way.
It's so
such a dumb
dumb.
ability.
I think can MFW after she hits him and just like run through it quickly enough? I don't actually know.
I'm unsure because of how much the slow is, and
We
the
need
thing is like
we need a mathematician to figure out like what speed you need to be at to cross a gravity field before it stuns you.
yeah, if production could work on finding us a mathematician real quick. And they might be looking for a
looks like
dive onto Flash of
Yeah.
Night here.
Oh, beautiful bubble. Fleas has been just so pinpoint with these this game, and it's honestly making quite the difference for her bot lane this game. Amumu
Absolutely,
is
and they even have the Amumu down here just to look for
losing-
any
yeah.
potential play.
Yep, he is sticking around. But nobody is bot side here for Crocs with Glocks, so they're actually just going to push Aatrox out. Glacial Prison lands onto him. He's going to be in trouble here. Does proc his ult here, but it's not going to be enough as Jinx is just hammering away at him. And it's a good pick from Crocs with Glocks here.
Yeah, he's just walking too far up. I think that he should have just stayed top. You know, his team was rotating mid. I think giving the set so much free farm and solo plays is just a huge mistake on the side of Froggy Fighters. You know, Set is such an insane champion. You know, like even when he's behind, he's able to be useful, and when he's ahead, then he's able to just like giga stomp your entire team.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, this set was actually a blind pick, and the Aatrox was chosen as the counter to it. But honestly, Set just has such an easy time into so many melee matchups. It makes you wonder why they actually picked Aatrox here.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that if they were gonna pick some other melee champion, then they should have just picked the tank. You know, maybe even Malphite. You know, obviously he's gonna lose lane, right? Obviously, but
Exactly.
enables the Yasuo, who is hands down who you're playing for like this entire game, right? You've dove multiple times with the Yasuo picking up kills. You dropped Herald there, right? You're you're playing for the Yasuo carry in this game,
Mhm.
with MF being basically secondary carry. Um, so I think that having a Malphite would have just been significantly better, but it is what it is, and hopefully they'll be able to execute something with this Aatrox in the future.
Yeah, and actually, we're seeing on the flip side here, Crocs with Glocks has done a pretty good job of tracking Beartail this game and just playing around where he's at. Or rather, not at, I should say. But yeah, we're seeing pretty intelligent macro from both these teams tracking the enemy jungler in this series, and I love to see it because I feel like it doesn't happen enough in La Liga games.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, really, this entire series has kind of came down to jungle tracking, if I'm honest. Like the early leads that either team has had has been entirely based on early leads, and through knowing what the enemy jungler is doing, where the enemy team is, then they just get a free herald completely uncontested.
Yep, and this actually might be dangerous for Nami here. Does get caught in the gravity well, or gravity field temporarily. Doesn't matter though. Rift Herald is popped here. It's going to probably get tier 2 as well as tier 1 here. Bandage Toss committed by the Amumu into the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Actually, Bullet Time committed as well, but they don't actually manage to find anyone, so they can probably just look to turn the fight here. Elect not to, but I really do think that this is a missed opportunity here from the side of Crocs with Glocks, as they still had all the resources that they needed to probably win that fight.
Yeah, it's hard to say. They didn't have eyes on Yasuo. He could have been sitting in, like behind blue buff or behind red buff, but he was all the way down, walking all the way up from like their side of the map on boss side. So it's pretty unfortunate that he wasn't able to get there sooner. Or I think that Froggy Fighters are actually able to potentially wipe their entire team if he
Yeah.
goes in on that Nami ult.
And we see a bit of bush cheese happening here from Froggy Fighters. They might be able to look for an early kill here. Sejuani is going to walk into them, finds 4, but I don't think she's actually going to die here. Glacial Prison finds the Nami, and she's going to be forced to flash out here. Teleport committed by Flash of Night as he comes in. Victor is here. Bandage Toss lands onto Team Money, but it's not the target you want here if you're the Amumu. But the Flash Q3 from the Aatrox finds its way onto him as well. Ult from Yasuo committed, and man, it's just a bloodbath, but Crocs with Glocks again coming out on top here as they just commit too early from the side of Froggy Fighters, and it leaves them with nothing left to finish the fight with. And I think for these last two fights, it's just been a tale of Froggy Fighters committing ults too early and not having any follow-up damage because their team is so ult-centric. You need to be able to land the Yasuo ult in conjunction with the bullet time in order to shred that armor and just be able to melt through the team, but they commit the ult from the Yasuo onto the tankiest member, or second tankiest member of Crocs with Glocks here, and it just doesn't work out for them. Well, Ty's Cool might be caught here. Is actually going to get out here with the heal and the flash, but man, it's now it's 50 Cal's turn, potentially getting caught out here. Bullet time committed, does manage to dash away in time, but man, what a fight.
That is just so unfortunate for Froggy Fighters, right? You want those kills, right? The Sejuani especially has a 500 gold shutdown. Putting that on the MF would be huge for your team, right? That's a total of 800 gold that you'd be able to get. So, of course, definitely not out of the game yet. Definitely has plenty of potential. But if I'm honest with you, I think that the MF should not be opening up fights with the bullet time at all. Right? Like, if the MF was like old MF, where you would build like Dark Harvest and build like full lethality, then absolutely. But this is a MF with Kraken Slayer. I don't think that you should start fights by pressing R, you know? Like, even if there's a huge knock-up on the enemy team, I think that you should definitely just start autoing people. Hopefully you're able to find like a value target such as the Jinx or Victor, but I think that your R leaves you so vulnerable. You know, obviously you're able to cancel it, but I think being able to like auto strafe autos is just so much more valuable for team fights.
Yeah, and I really do hope that Froggy Fighters this game is hitting tab and really checking these items really closely, because when you see a scoreline, when you see your team is 6 to 15 in kills, it can usually be pretty demotivating. You start to think that you're actually pretty far behind, but if they're checking items closely, they can tell that they're probably only like 1 or 2 items behind total, which is what we see here reflected with only a 2k gold deficit from Froggy
Yeah,
Fighters, despite
absolutely.
being down 10 kills and 3 objectives. They've actually done such a good job of farming compared to their opponents this game that it actually really doesn't matter all that much. And this game can still go either way. But it is going to be probably a fight. Okay, Sejuani commits over the wall with the Hexgate, barely dodges the Glacial Prison. I don't think he actually meant to dodge it, but he was just barely out of range.
No, that was an intentional just walk away. All right, that was like total Chad. Like, yeah, I just walk out of here. Like, there's no chance that they hit me.
Yep. And Sparks getting a little aggressive here on the Yasuo. Actually commits his ult, but I don't think he wants to commit here onto the Sejuani. Oh my god, the bullet time gets denied as the Curse of the Sad Mummy finds 4, but oh, Sporadic barely walking away with his life after the rocket lands from Jinx.
That was an extremely close call.
Man, that has got to be a tilter for Sporadic. He had the perfect ult angle, and I didn't even see what canceled his bullet time there.
Yeah, it was the gravity field from Victor placed right on top of him.
What a lifesaver from Flash of Night there for his whole team, keeping his team in the game there, because that could have been devastating. Sporadic getting hit by the Jinx zap there, but won't turn into anything here. Pushing LP actually getting caught by the set here, and he's just going to fall, and Team Money is going to keep going. I mean, there's no reason for him to stop here. It is so tanky. And this is looking like a siege successful into the base of Froggy Fighters here. They probably secure the inhib here as well, and they probably just look to reset. Grab the... Actually, they could probably just go straight to the soul first, but they choose not to. They do choose to reset. It is going to mean that they are going to have to wait to get one of these objectives, and it also means that Froggy Fighters could potentially look to trade an objective, but they're so far behind now, actually, it might not matter. We see them going towards the Dragon Soul as their first objective here. From Crocs with Glocks, they are looking to secure the Hextech Dragon for themselves this time around, which, if you don't know, does give like a chain lightning effect where it slows and does a little bit of damage, which is really, really big for team fighting. And Sporadic clearing out vision on the Baron, but I think his team wants to commit to contesting this dragon here. Sparks getting a little too far and has to commit the flash just to get out early. Actually, they're getting caught by the Chaos Storm here. Sparks is in danger of dying, though. Yasuo is going to fall. Oh, no, actually barely gets out with his life. Nope, never mind. Okay, the set does find him eventually. Pushing LP commits with the Amumu, who landed a Curse of the Sad Mummy, but with no other teammates besides the Aatrox around, and Froggy Fighters are just getting pulled apart in this fight. Break down how that...
So it does look like we will be going to Game 5. Just like how the game's going, they will not be ending right now. They will opt out to just get the Hextech Soul, but with a Jinx who's about to finish PD, Victor who is at 2 items, right, has Zhonya's, it's extremely hard to get a clean engage, especially with having a Lulu who rushed Mikhail's Blessing, by the way. Pretty Chad rush, if I'm honest with you, able to just completely save his ADC if he's not stunned up himself. And this set is an absolute monster, right? He takes no damage, deals all of it, right? And even if they are able to manage to hold on, right? Like, Set isn't even as strong as he can be, right? He's in the middle of building his 3rd and 4th item at the same time.
Glacial Prison just barely missing onto the Nami there. Team Money committing his charge in, ults onto the Nami, but isn't going to find anyone besides the Nami. She will die, but it's not all that much of a loss. Yeah, it was actually well played by the set there. He does dodge the Namiel with his zonal, but I mean, I don't know if they can actually fully commit to ending here. The bullet time is still up for the Misfortune. They could still look for a good engage here at any given point. As I say that though, the Haymaker, or is it Facebreaker? Facebreaker. Sorry, I get those two mixed up. Lands on the 2, and it's just gonna secure this fight for Crocs with Glocks. As 2 more members of Froggy Fighters fall here, it's probably just going to game 5 here. And this is a game that, man, it was just a couple of missed opportunities by a few inches for Froggy Fighters. I'm hoping that they're not too demotivated for game 5. I hope that their mental is still good after that one. Because honestly, the scoreline is a lot worse than it actually felt.
Absolutely, and I think that that they need to focus on this top lane a lot more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
right.
and
My
it's
mic cuts out whenever it closes, so that's right. So I think that Froggy Fighters needs to focus on this top lane uh, a lot more, or just completely roll over bot lane, like completely. Uh,
yeah. Honestly, I think if I'm Froggy Fighters, I'm looking to just commit push an LP to a tank top laner because you've already got enough damage threat in Sparks and Sporadic who can both easily carry a game on their carry champions, and I don't see any reason why you should commit to having 3 carries and 0 frontline in a game like this. All right, and with that, guys, we are going to head shortly into draft. We are getting the lobby set up, but we will let you guys know when we have draft ready. Need an invite. All right. I actually did not get a draft link, so I'm not sure.
it's
Okay.
in the chat.
No, my chat's broken. This is
Uh,
nice. Looks like production will work on getting me a draft link before we get started.
so one thing to note is that Froggy Fighters is back on blue side this time,
Mhm.
and blue side has 100% win rate this series.
Oh yeah, blue side did win that game again, huh? Looks like we're going to game 5 with Froggy Fighters winning just off of blue side alone. But we are getting in draft here. Looks like, yeah, Froggy Fighters being back on blue side. What adjustments do you want to see from Froggy Fighters this game after the last game?
I want to see them if they draft a carry top laner. I want to see them win or go even. If you play a carry solo lane and you do not go even, then you basically are a hindrance to your team versus anything useful other than just like a small meat shield. Um, so Froggy Fighters begins the draft by respecting the Warwick. Once again, I'm not sure why they banned it. You know, I haven't seen it at all, but I'm assuming it's a good reason if they just ban it.
Yeah, and if I'm Crocs with Glocks, I mean, the way that they're drafting, I feel like they have, like, post-traumatic NASS disorder or something. I don't know. I've seen it banned every game that I've been casting now, and I'm not totally sure that it actually warrants a ban every time, but hey, they keep throwing it out. Swain banned here, again respecting Sparks' champ pool in the mid lane, um, and the Kale is the response to T-Money. Pretty normal draft. I think this has been the draft every single game actually that I've been in here. Yep, Vladimir. So nothing has changed between these two teams on the ban phase between games.
So I would like to see, and they actually pick up the victor themselves, taking some of that comfort away from Flash of Night, right? Sparks definitely being very confident on it, and we'll see if Crocs with Glocks pick up MF in response.
Yeah, they probably will. I can't imagine they don't. Vigar actually being the response here from Crocs with Glocks into the... Wow, okay. I don't know that I like Vigar into Victor, but it is what they elect to go with here for Flash of Night. Jinx being picked up right after. It seems to be one of Koroi's... I don't know if it's her signature champ, but she has played it quite a bit this series, and she elects to go with it again. We see Kaisa as the response here. I mean, this is just a throwback to game 3 with the bot lane. I think they're gonna pick Nami here again, if I'm not wrong. I'd be shocked if I was wrong, but like, there, there's um, there's really no reason not to go Nami here. She does hover the Morgana though.
Yeah, so
Does end
I
up
actually
killing it.
prefer the Morgana pick. If somebody's stuck in the Vigar cage, then
Yeah, that's true.
she just eats them and they just walk out for free.
Yeah, the problem that Morgana has though is that she really becomes pretty useless, like in terms of her ability to like help her team out besides Black Shield in late game. Like maybe she lands a Q. If she does, then she does get a pick. But I mean, if that Q is not landing, I mean, she's one of the least threatening supports I can imagine. She's not tanky enough to like be able to survive anything. Her Black Shield is her main source of utility in the late game and mid game. So like, I don't know. She can be an oppressive laner though, which is pretty annoying to deal with as Jinx. Set being picked up here by Crocs with Glocks. I think that's... I mean, they're just saying, hey, pick K-Trox, you won't. And it could even be a set mid flex, by the way. I don't think it will be, but technically it is open for like a Vigar bot set mid, but I don't think it will be. I think
It
it's
could
just
even be a
Vigar
set
mid.
support, honestly. I mean, if you're
Oh
thinking
yeah,
like
that's true.
any possibility, it could even be set support.
Yeah, and I'm noticing production typing in Twitch chat saying that Monsters Inc. is going to get to finals. I think we've got like one more week of play and then a week after with losers bracket and then we're done. So don't bother trying to investigate our team or ban against us or think about how to play against us, please. No, we don't have anything in the works at the moment. I don't think we've even scrimmed together once. Okay, Lulu being banned here by Froggy Fighters makes sense. They don't want Jinx to have a steroid in the bot lane. Mordekaiser Ornn obviously just banning it. I mean, yeah, just it's so smart. Ban out what push an LP can play that isn't the Aatrox and force him to either play a bad matchup or play something that he's not comfortable with. Amumu finally being banned out here actually by Froggy Fighters though? I don't know that that is what they wanted. I mean, I don't know, has 50 Cal actually played a Mumu yet? I don't think so.
I mean, it's a pretty easy champion to play, though, is my thing. Like, you don't have to have a lot of skill to flash R somebody, you know?
Yeah. Hey, I'd like to request production plays Silver Scrapes since we're game 5 during our break. But anyways, Renata Glass being picked up by Crocs with Glocks here. Again, it's just, I think Ty's School is perfectly fine on the champion. I don't think it's his best champion, but it is like, it's really hard to go wrong with Renata. And it's just a solid champ. I mean, I was talking about how Jinx just needs a steroid, and Renata can be that steroid for Jinx, so... Can keep her quite safe actually from the Morgana too, with the movement speed bonus on her W, and just having a revive is always useful. Trundle in response here, but he doesn't have many great targets to ult. We'll have to see what they pick jungle. Maybe it's just like a blanket response to a tank jungle here, because Crocs with Glocks needs to draft a jungler that is quite tanky still in order to have any sort of front line.
So I do really like the Shen pick coming out from Froggy Fighters. Definitely going top. Push No P hasn't had the most success on these carry top laners this series. And of course, like, he doesn't want to play Aatrox into set again, so just toss even more defense onto the Kai'Sa, who's more than likely going to be your hyper carry, right? You can toss it on a Victor too if you want, but the one problem that I'm looking at for Froggy Fighters is that you don't really have a good way to choose a fight, you know? I think that they should have given the Trundle over and picked something more maybe like Maokai, possibly. Not a huge fan of Maokai myself, but maybe the Zac, right? Zac's been open this entire series. Had a lot of success on it in game 1, and we'll just see how they decide to choose fights, possibly with proxy. If I'm honest, it's extremely hard to fight into their team, right? With the Trundle E and like the Victor being such a massive utility champion with his gravity field alone, and you know, obviously Morgana can't be shied away from either.
Yeah, I feel like Froggy Fighters just smurfed the last half of this draft. They just know that Crocs with Glocks still has yet to pick any sort of like front line, and so they just say, "Hey, we pick Trundle now. It's going to be a bad time for whatever they have to pick last for their jungler, because now he can just steal Volibear stats, and I mean, it's a good time for Trundle in this matchup." So Shen obviously also just helping out the Kai'Sa in her dives, and man, I don't know about you, but I think that this draft by Froggy Fighters is really intelligent here.
I think so too, with the exception of the fact that they don't have a lot of CC. Obviously, neither does Crocs with Glocks, and the CC that they do have is easily countered by Morgana Shield. But I think that this entire game will be whoever starts the fight loses it, with the exception of if Set hits like some disgusting ult. You know, like, they don't have very great ways to start fights. Like Volibear, that's pretty good for like the early game, right? Get some leads and stuff like that here and there. But other than that, then it's really hard to see where these two teams start fights other than like Morgana Q. You know, like,
Yeah. I mean, it could always just be like another angle that they could go for is Kai'Sa Wing and then ulting into them with Shen ult on her, and then he just looks for a taunt, but that is the riskier style of play. Probably requires them to have a gold lead in the first place, but we'll see. Shen still has good gank setup early. Victor obviously also has good gank setup. Morgana can always land a bind. So there are options here for Beartel on the Trundle to gank successfully in the early game, but we'll see. We'll see. And I think with that, is it time? Do we send it to Silver Scrapes? Bee woo whoop. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not I'm not doing that. But we will play it though. All right, so we are going to head to Silver Scrapes. We will be back when the game starts.
Wow, wow, wow.
By the way, I usually roller cast instead of play by play, so I'm not sure what
I mean, it's fine for the most part. There is.
Alright, welcome back everybody to the fifth and final game between Froggy Fighters and Crocs with Glocks. Going to be an exciting one. We've seen a lot of action so far. We see an invade coming out of the side of Crocs with Glocks here. Is going to be caught by Sporadic here. Barely gets out. They do get the ward. A little bit of extra gold for themselves, but Sporadic gets out with his life. Nothing to be gained other than that 10 gold from the ward for two players, so... gold advantage to Crocs with Glocks.
Yeah, that's game, man. It's insurmountable how ahead this Volley Bear is now.
Yeah, and insurmountable, huh? I don't know that that's the word I'd use. Oh, they get their own word. It's completely even again.
And Flash of Knight's just throwing by giving him a ward.
Yeah, that was a
It's
throw. Flash,
ridiculous.
man, if his team loses this game 5, that's what we're gonna pinpoint, okay? Surely. Anyways, I think pretty standard runes overall from both teams here. Again, I don't see any Proton Plat player runes or builds so far this series, so pretty impressed overall. I'm not used to seeing normal builds anymore, so I might need therapy to be able to rejoin the world of normal building after the season. Okay, producer is threatening to mute me. Producer is also conflict of interest in this conversation, so it's a little bit
Absolutely. Very
cringe.
biased opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we should start a strike. Yeah, we should form a casters union
A
and strike
casters
against
union.
production. Yeah. Anyways, we see good trading coming out here from Push and LP onto Team Money, actually, which is not something we've seen very much at all this series so far, but is working out for him in this early game. He is down in minions, but has made up for it with the trading so far with Grasp Procs.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing that a lot of people don't really focus on Shen for is his ability to trade in lane, right?
Uh-huh.
And you don't see Push and LP do it, but a lot of Shens will actually take Flash Ignite, TP Ignite, mostly Flash Ignite, um, because of how strong his trades are in the early levels. And
Early
Flash Ignite's actually
cage
ganked here.
used. Yeah, he's gonna get out just fine. Actually takes the tower shot, or Trundle actually takes the tower shot, so it turns on him a little bit, but nothing blown critically for both teams there.
I was saying, like, people take Flash Ignite onto Shen and they'll actually just like solo kill their enemy laner on repeat and just completely take over the game because wherever they
Well,
are,
as you're saying that, Team Money just found his way into this fight, and I mean, he was just out of range when he committed flash to be able to finish off the kill, but pushing LP very, very low. But he is actually going to be on the better end of that trade, technically, because he will have teleport to get back into lane, whereas Team Money will have to get out of lane immediately and walk all the way back. So he
yeah, I
can
mean,
actually set up a freeze here.
yeah, and he can't actually go under tower after him
Mhm.
because it's Shen. So he does indeed have to recall, or he's at threat of being ganked by the Trundle, which I don't think. Or, I mean, I guess now you can assume that Trundle's bot side because Scuttles are up and he's looking bot.
Yeah, and we actually missed it, I think, but the Jinx did blow flash earlier. Not sure how that happened, but it is just good pressure from Froggy fighters towards the bot lane here, identifying that Sporadic is probably the person that they need to play through in this game in order to win, and just taking advantage of this bot lane matchup here, getting themselves an early farm lead.
So she will be able to, Croy will be able to collect this wave under tower, but I'm pretty sure she got the cannon. I panned away right as it was being killed, but
Yeah, and meanwhile mid lane, Flash of Night actually taking some big trades here, low on mana as well. I mean, this Victor is just doing an incredible job of pressuring him. The three-pointer from Morgana does land, but Koroi is safely under her tower, and Trundle will not be able to follow up. Oh, pushing LP could be in a dangerous spot here. He's actually sandwiched, but he doesn't even know it yet. He's gonna wait right here, but Team Money being very patient. The Volibear actually engages at the right time, and now this Facebreaker is going to find pushing LP, and man, that is just brutal. Pushing LP getting, honestly, a little bit exploited this series by Team Money.
I mean, it's hard to just watch such a big wave go into your tower, of course. Sometimes you do have to have that level of discipline, and this wave is just so terrible for the side of pushing LP, right? He's if Team Money wanted to, which it doesn't look like he does. It looks like he's actually just gonna shove it. He could have frozen, of course.
Yeah, and we see, okay, Vigar is actually going to reset here, maybe? No? Oh god, he's out of mana, he can't really push this wave in. He needs to call his jungler, honestly, because this mid lane situation is quickly degrading for him. He's already down in farm, and he's going to have to reset, probably commit the TP to get back in the lane, but it probably just means a turret plate will be secured by Victor here before Vigar can even come back. Although he doesn't actually push the wave, so maybe not. He's actually electing to let the minions crash into his side, so he will just keep the wave on his side and leave Flash of Night exposed to ganks later on. But yeah, outside of top lane, this game's gone pretty well for Froggy fighters, but man, this top lane is looking brutal with a 30 CS lead at 6 minutes here. A kill for Team Money, like, it's gonna be very... Oh, well, what was I saying? Oh well, it doesn't matter. We're going to another pause. Fantastic. Wouldn't be La Liga if there wasn't a team throwing or a pause being put out. Especially in Game 5. So, Fateless. Oh, well, I was about to have a chill conversation with you, but that got derailed real quick. As we
No,
see
it's alright.
Trundle actually wrapping around here. Morgana flashes, lands the three-pointer with the Q, and Ty's cool will fall.
And the attempt to gift the kill over to Sporadic actually fails because of the Morgana pool, but
Am I?
I don't think it's the end of the world. They will be able to take bot prio. Dragon's been taken already, so I don't think that's obviously it's
I want to know from production actually if I'm allowed to keep calling these Dark Bindings three-pointers, or if I should be a little more clear on broadcast, but I feel like... Okay, I'm being told to just call them Dark Bindings, that's fine.
I mean, I like it.
Oh man, this mid lane lead is just... Sparks is clearly showing why he's the better mid laner this game. I mean, he's just doing such a good job of pressuring out this Vigar. And, I mean,
Production
it's
is
gonna be...
informing us that Flash of Night is indeed a top 10 mid laner.
I didn't want to say it, but...
I don't know. I don't know if Sparks is just playing out of his mind or if it's just a bad game for Flash of Night, but
Yeah, and man, Flash of Night, every time the camera pans over to him, he is eating a Victor laser, and it's just not good for him. I mean, this is going to be a race between whether Victor or Set can get more fed quickly in this game, but so far with the nearly perfect farming out of Victor, I mean, Set still has his work cut out for him in this game. Everybody is about a dogpile top lane here. Flees with the Morgana, misses the Dark Binding. Was a good roam idea, but doesn't manage to get anything. And now actually, Sporadic could be in danger of being dove here. With Jinx having the revive, it could potentially be good for them here, but we'll see. It's really going to depend on how well Ty's Cool can play this, but he's not even... He shouldn't be sitting behind Jinx here, in my opinion, but goes for it anyways, and... Handshake isn't going to find anything.
I personally don't even think that Tyus Cool should be bot right now, if I'm honest. I think that he should have recognized that Fleas was going to go for a roam. He should have reset and went for it as well, which is a huge highlight that I would like to point out is that Fleas consistently finds the roams that Tyus Cool doesn't, and if Tyus Cool does find the roam, then it's after Fleas has already impacted it enough for them to win.
Yeah, and another thing I'd like to point out, by the way, I mean, it technically doesn't matter this game because into Morgana, it's like not a big deal because she can't really get stacks, but I'm pretty sure Renata actually reliably gets, support item stacks quicker with the, I forget what it's called, Frostfang or whatever, the one that gives you gold on champion hit. Because his lane will be consistently pushing into the Kaisa, especially with Morgana roaming. Like, he's at 500 gold with his support item here. I think he could have been at 800 gold, or even 900 gold pretty easily this game. But, not that big of a deal. Ty is cool. Waiting, sees. the Morgana walking up, but she lands the Dark Binding anyways. I feel like that's a miscommunication for Flash of Night. Handshake does land onto the Victor, is in danger of dying here, gets the Shen ult on him, so he's probably going to survive this even as the Ignite gets committed. Oh, but the Vygar Cage finds them with the Jinx Rocket follow-up, and Sparks is going to fall to Korai here. 50 cal committing onto the Trundle here. Is going to force the flash out of him, ults over the wall and does find him. And it's just really clean team fighting here from Crocs with Glocks to secure this early game advantage and secure themselves their first drag of the game.
It's just vision control difference in like the setup. They got control
Roy
of
in
the
danger.
vision.
Sporadic in danger does get caught by the E from Renata there. They're gonna look to dive him here with the volley bear being down here. Teleport coming out early. I believe that's from the Shen actually. So they're gonna have 4 here. Sporadic committing the ult to go into 50 cal here, but he actually just hex gates out. He's gonna commit, but I don't know that he wants this now. He's now in the enemy jungle by himself with the Renata. Actually too low to do anything, so he's gonna get caught, forced to flash there. Sporadic might be able to chase him down. Definitely will with the Trundle.
Pillar's back
Probably
up.
has Pillar. Yep. And this is probably just a dead Renata, yep. And well played to Froggy Fighters to find themselves a kill on the Renata there.
So both times that the 2 plays that just happened, right? Like both of them, the initiator ended up losing, and it's simply because they do not have vision deep enough. They're controlling like the base area that they're in, right? Like they're getting vision to occupy a singular space, right? But they're not getting vision to see where the enemy is occupying. So whenever the play happens, then they realize that the enemies are right next to them, and there's nothing that they can do about it because they don't have time to run away, right? They don't have disengage beyond like Morgana E.
Yeah, I also just think it might be a little bit of disrespect towards the double TP comp here from Froggy Fighters. We saw the Shen teleport to the bot lane tower as soon as the dive was threatened, and they just had the numbers advantage from that point on because Team Money has Ignite and can't follow up on that. Well, we see gold advantage just continuing to steadily grow here for Sparks. Despite actually dying in the mid lane, he's still got himself a 20 farm lead. Does get Trundle pillared, is in danger of dying. Gravity Field finds him, and that's probably going to be the kill given over. Actually taken by the Trundle. I think that was a little bit of a miscommunication. I think Sparks could have done a better job to say, hey, I can secure this kill here, but it does go over to Trundle, which is fine.
I mean, yeah, I'm never going to shed a tear over my Trundle having kills and having gold, because I've played Trundle and like just completely mollywopped like 4 people in a team fight. Like I'm like 4 or 5 items just able to just like consistently just like I'll sustain all damage that's dealt to me. It's a disgusting champion if he gets ahead.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's just so hard for Volibear because if you itemize to do damage, then you're too squishy and your team doesn't have a front line. But if you itemize to be tanky, well, Trundle just has a target to ult this game then, and well, you're just squishy and then you have no damage as well. So I don't know. This is a very, very tough game for 50 cal to play here. So even though that Crocs with Glocks found an early advantage and might actually find themselves another kill here, it doesn't mean that this game's theirs by any means. Sparks actually gets the Shen ult onto him, so might be pushing LP that actually dies here. Vygar Cage doing a good job stunning him up, and he will fall. Yeah, a little bit of greedy positioning in the river by Froggy Fighters, but I still think that they're not out of this early game by any means.
Absolutely. I mean, the gold difference is very minimal, right? It's only roughly 1,000 gold, and the entire what makes up for that gold lead is entirely mid, basically. Mid and bot, you know, like staying even. The Kaisa with a slight CS lead, 2 assists is probably not too far behind the Jinx, if at all.
Yeah,
And
and oh
uh,
god, Morgana commits the ult. I mean, Renata ults back, but it just doesn't matter. He got caught there. He was too slow to walk away.
so one thing to note is that how scary playing a squishy enchanter next to a champion like Trundle is whenever you get Renata ulted, right? Because he autoed Morgana like only 2 or 3 times, and that's how much health she lost.
Yep, pushing LP actually gets ignited here. T-Money didn't want to take that trade though, as the tower actually just... Oh, the Shen manages to find the taunt through T-Money as he commits the flash there, and he just falls to the turret damage, and that was an outplay from pushing LP for sure. And that's exactly what you want to see here, because, I mean, the Shen was already pretty disastrously behind 50 farm, and, well, okay. Did I just cast or curse it? Nope, he finds the taunt, gets smited. Is gonna survive for a little bit here. Actually, he's gonna find his way out as the gravity field secures the kill onto the Volibear after all that. So now Froggy Fighters finding themselves a very solid lead after committing 2 members topside to pick up 2 kills, and they got Drag and Herald there at the same time. So
And that just showed 2 things. One, how tanky Shen is, because he took no damage from the Volibear. Obviously, his W had a lot to do with it. And 2, how strong the Victor is. Because he just one-shot a Volibear who has Merc Treads.
I think pushing LP heard I was talking shit, man. I said he was getting exposed, and he just pulls off that taunt outplay. Oh, Dark Binding found the Jinx there, but actually doesn't turn into anything. Surely. Anyways, man, if I'm if I'm Kuroi here, I think she needs to. I think she actually needs to buy a QSS this game, just because, I don't know, somebody needs to eat these Dark Bindings in team fights, but it can't really be anyone else on her team. I mean, Renata's not gonna have the gold, Vigar won't have the gold.
It could be set, right? It could be set, but then
He's going Bork into Gore Drinker. He's not gonna be very tanky. I think
whenever he presses W though, then it's like
I think
everybody's just gonna walk away because he's so far.
True. I don't know. I feel like Jinx is being very awkwardly forced into a QSS buy here though for her team. Anyways, we see no objectives up at the moment, but actually some good vision control, keeping Kuroi safe here in the mid lane. Red side having most of the wardens down on the map that you see at the moment. A couple in the river from Froggy Fighters, but isn't going to mean much. Dark Binding doesn't find its target there, but it wouldn't have meant much even if it did. So, how does Crocs with Glocks look to approach these fights? Because, I mean, it feels like they need to get onto the Trundle or Kaisa here, but I mean, how do you do that?
Standard front to back. It's just standard front to back, right? Whoever is in front, Volibear engage onto him or runs past him, ult into backline, and the set just takes whatever frontliner and throws them backwards, right? It's a very basic front to back comp for Crocs with Glocks, in my opinion. Of course, like the tanks on both sides aren't extremely tanky, right? They're just frontliners. They're meant to stand in front. Shen will eventually get to become very tanky, but it's very difficult to look for these fights, especially when you know, the other team has Victor and Morgana, right? Normally you would be like, if Crocs with Glocks had the Morgana, then you just black shield the Volibear, he runs in, starts a fight, but they aren't able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you said they needed to find these fights front to back, but if you're Crocs with Glocks, I mean, technically you have a Bork and a Divine Sunder, so neither of your top or jungle are very actually tanky at all. I mean, health on them, but I think in a front-to-back team fight, well, the Iceborne Gauntlet Shen is just going to be too tanky, and I think they just win most fights at this moment in the game.
Well,
But
it's really like a battle of the control mages, right? Whether they're able to isolate the enemy's front line from their back line with Vigar Cage or not.
yeah, and we see
Is a
Dragon
large.
coming up here. This is probably going to be contested by both teams here. Teleport being committed very early, I believe that's from the Vigar. Yep, Renata ult comes out, doesn't find anything. Shen is caught in the Vigar cage, but I don't think they have the damage to actually commit on here. T-Money does actually commit his ult. Sporadic ults in after T-Money. T-Money does actually find the kill there, but he is going to fall shortly after, and Jinx Rocket is committed, nothing found with it. And it's just going to be a 1-for-1 of the trade of the top laners, but I think Froggy Fighters are slightly better off here in the end.
So many summoners getting blown there, right? Volley Baron set, and then
Mhm.
on the other side it's Shen and Sparks,
Yeah.
along with Teleport, Ignite on Crocs side, and then Ignite Exhaust on Froggy Fighters.
Yeah, but critically, Froggy Fighters here still have their Chaos Storm and their Morgana ult, so this is probably just going to be a winning team fight for them. Vigar Cage actually, oh my god. Volibear just gets to run in, steal the dragon, but it is going to mean 2 kills here for Froggy Fighters, and they are going to extend their gold lead as a result. They might actually look to just push towards Baron here very quickly because, I mean, Volibear being down means there's no smite contest, and Jinx being down means there's no consistent damage here from the side of Crocs with Glocks.
So this is very dangerous, right? The Victor is very low. They don't have a very great front line to tank the Baron, but it looks like the Crocs with Glocks will just be like, yeah, that's over. Can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably a good decision, but
yeah, it is a good smite steal there from 50 cal, but it ends up costing his team the team fight as they don't have the man advantage anymore, and Froggy Fighters just intelligently convert that into a Baron. So they're not on soul point yet, but they will be very strong until the next dragon comes up, and honestly, if they can win a team fight right before dragon comes up, it'll be very easy to secure for them.
I mean, absolutely, and I just, you know, I just am so confused on how someone just walks up and steals Baron. You know, like if you're over wall and you like jump in, like surprise, motherfucker. Like, all right, cool. But you know,
Fine.
he just walked up, man.
Yeah. And I mean, regardless of that, man, Baratel is just popping off this whole series. I don't know, I didn't see the first 2 games, but man, he is just every single game he has done really well, and I'm very impressed with the way that he's playing.
He did indeed play well in the first 2 games. The second game was a little bit harder because of the jungle tracking that they were able to pull off, but
yeah,
this game,
if Froggy Fighters
doing
wins
very
this,
well.
he might be the MVP in my heart. I don't know if he will officially be the MVP, but I don't know. For me, he seems to be the most consistent and best performing member of Froggy Fighters here.
I absolutely agree with you.
Oh, Sparks getting caught out here in the meantime. Team Money just absolutely barreling him, and Shen does come in with the ult in the meantime, but I don't think it's going to be enough to save the Victor here. They do actually trade for the set there in the end, but it is a shutdown going over to the Volibear.
And that is actually stopwatch used by Victor, not even Zhonya's.
Oh, and
he hasn't
Barentel commits the flash here. Flash of Night actually has to flash out, but I mean, you don't like seeing that for Vigar because there's just always the threat of re-engage with Trundle. Especially with Morgana having Black Shield for him.
Absolutely, and I mean, that's just like across the map, right? Like they responded top, were able to trade 1-for-1, and then, you know, they got a tower bot side, blew Vigar's flash. It's definitely an overall win for Froggy Fighters.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's an overall win. It's an overall win for them, but I think, man, This game is very quickly turning into Froggy Fighter's favor. I mean, 6k gold up at 25 minutes. It doesn't even look like it's that imbalanced. I mean, but if you're hitting tab, you're seeing multiple item advantages now for Froggy Fighters after that last back round for them. So this next fight's going to be critical because they will either completely secure themselves a strong lead here or they will throw it away. Which we've never seen the latter before on La Liga games. And as I say that, Sparks is getting caught out here. For the second time actually in the sideline here. Actually finds a kill with the Chaos Storm and they manage to pick off
they're
Renata
able to
in the
respond by killing Renata. That's crazy. Rugged Fighters,
Wow.
it takes so much to kill the Victor, right? It's not to say like he's tanky or anything. It just takes so long to get through him, and it's so risky because of how much damage he actually does.
I'm
right?
sorry for doubting you, Sparks.
You doubted him?
Well, I doubted that he could do anything in that 1v3, but...
I mean, in a 1v3, yeah, maybe not, but I definitely think that he's one of the players who's been showing up the most in this series. You know, like obviously he hasn't been hard carrying every game, but the games that he hasn't been hard carrying, he's still been extremely useful for his team.
Yep, and we see a fight breaking out here in the red side jungle. Push and LP managed to whiff the taunt a little bit. And does it again, but actually gets stunned into the Vigar cage. He's just going to fall here. The damage is way too much, and the slow is going to land from T-Money on the 3 members there. Isn't going to actually have the survivability to... Well, never mind. He actually finds a way out there somehow. Flash coming out there from Sporadic to save his life, but it's another team fight win for Crocs with Glocks, and man, this series is delivering in Game 5.
I just don't think that Volibear is really the who you force on.
Yeah, and we saw Beartail's actually walking towards. Sorry.
No, it's all right. Beartail's just gonna opt out to go and take the inhibitor.
Well, flash committed from Volibear onto Sparks here. This isn't good for him. Has to commit the Zhonya's here. Sporadic actually finds the Volibear. I don't know how that happened. He was so healthy compared to the Kaisa there, but
Sparks leaves 3 of them just running away with no HP.
Oh, gets caught by the Vigar cage. Finds the Morgana over the wall. Oh man, this is a heartbreaker for Froggy Fighters. Okay, Beartail will be able to clean up here. Nope, the cage. The cage, the flash out of the cage, they survive? Oh, this is such a shame for Froggy Fighters.
Well, hey, they got Dragon. They're on Soul Point.
That's true. Soul Point for Froggy Fighters, but man, they committed a lot of summoner spells there. Actually, both teams did, honestly, so I don't think anything will happen for a few minutes here. They might actually try
There's
to
a
just...
singular flash that is up, and that is Fleas.
Yeah, well, if it's anything like her Game 3 flash, I don't want to see her flashing.
I agree, but that's okay. She's definitely made better plays in the past couple games, and especially this game with some of her binds and stuff like that in lane to kind of like harass the enemy. And Ty is cool, just completely red. Like, I'm so surprised that they just decided to kill her there, but
yeah,
it's a great call, a great read from Beartail.
Yeah, Ty is cool. Gonna have to change his name to Ty is caught after this game, but 0-5 on this Renata, not what you want to see, but oh, don't think a steal's gonna happen here. They just managed to secure the Baron because there's no vision from Crocs with Glocks in that pit. T-Money being chased down here a little bit. Don't think they will continue as this Vigar cage does trap the Shen. But they are just barreling down mid lane now. Oh, Flash Pillar committed, but Flash out from the Vigar is going to save him for now. T-Money actually gets ulted by the Trundle here, so he has to be very careful for the next 10 seconds, but Crocs with Glocks probably have found at least some stability. Okay, Dark Binding actually lands onto the Volibear as I say that. Gravity Field does stun up the Volibear, but it's not going to mean too much. Vigar Cage saves him from the potential dive. Alright. Well, Color Caster.
Surely
let's
they don't grow.
Let's break down what Crocs with Glocks can do at this point. 8k gold
Set.
lead.
That's basically it. Set.
Set.
Yeah, like Vigar isn't having enough impact in the game.
Would you
He
say
has
he needs
700
to
AP.
ult? Renata ult coming out here, flash committed away from Morgana, still gets hit by it anyways. Team Money committing the ult here, lands the face breaker, hits multiple people there with his true damage, but it's not gonna matter. Well, it does matter, but they don't really get many more than just 2 here. Shutdown actually going over to... No! Well, as you say, set goes in. I forgot what I was gonna say. I was gonna talk about something, but these teams just insist on fighting.
I honestly think that that's just extremely poor pathing from Froggy Fighters, right? Like the Renata ult was sent whenever like Renata was next to their inhib tower, and they didn't get hit by it until like the tier 2 tower. Like, how are you getting hit by that? Like, just step to the side, bro. Like, I don't like it.
Just play better,
It's that
forehead.
simple. Step
Yeah.
to the side. Like, it's not hard.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
The Kaisa did indeed live there because of the Morgana's very clutch black shield onto her to keep her from getting CC'd up, but
Yeah. And everything is going to basically be on sporadic shoulders now to carry this game, because I mean, Victor, he's not really ahead of the Vigar at this point. Is a little bit ahead of him in items, but Vigar's starting to pick up MR, so in a straight fight, Vigar might just have the advantage now. Yeah, it's going to be on sporadic to really abuse the lead that he's managed to find himself, because other than the Trundle, there's no one else that can really have the damage output to match Set and Vigar at this point.
I mean, I think that the Vigar going for Banshee's Veil here is actually kind of grief. There's a lot of potential damage that he won't be getting through building something like Shadow Flame or Void Staff, versus, you know, Victor, who already has Shadow Flame and is working on building Void Staff. So he's going to be able to punch through the tanks on the side of Crocs with Glocks, you know, like the Volibear set, and even punch through the Vigar a lot easier.
Oh, okay. Fight breaking out here. Flash of Night gets popped immediately. It's so bad for Crocs with Glocks here, as actually the Chaos Storm is finding multiple people here from Froggy Fighters, or sorry, not Chaos Storm, I'm losing my mind here. Sorry, colorblind by the way. No, the Vigar cage found multiple people. And they just get stuck fighting each other, and it's a Tim diff. Oh man, surely. Alright, Crocs with Glocks find a way back into this game, find themselves a team fight win, 4 for 3 on their side. They are able to probably, yeah, they will be securing this dragon here. It will be going to 7 dragons again this game, and man, this game 4 and 5 of this series have just been so intense.
And once again, right, it's simply like the only engaged tool that they have is Shen taunt flash, right? And it took so long for the Vigar to die after getting taunt flashed on, right? Like, if you're gonna taunt flash on somebody, like, you need to kill them immediately, like immediately. And the Vigar is actually opting out to go Force of Nature instead of like into Banshee's Veil, which is
There's actually,
I mean, not a bad option, right? He has 700 HP, right?
yeah.
Like,
This has actually gotta feel so bad for Victor though, because you've already been put behind by being caught out on the sidelines a couple of times, and now, well, now there's gonna be 3 Force of Natures in this game against you. Morgana actually commits the Soul Shackles as she finds T-Money here, but I don't think she can actually survive this. Shen commits the ult to try and save her. Rocket does actually land onto Sporadic instead, saving the Morgana here in the end, but that was a lot committed just to save the Morgana.
I think that the Renata ult is actually the biggest deal being committed, right? It's a lot of zone that's able to be pulled on or put on into fights where the Kaisa has to move, right? She has to, or she's going to be free firing onto her team. The Trundle, nobody can stand next to the Trundle if he gets ulted, right?
Yep.
So I think it's actually a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and that both of these teams are sort of posturing to look for a team fight here, as Froggy Fighters get a little more aggressive with it, but this game is probably going to come down to a very tense team fight here.
Oh, absolutely. And these fights are lasting so long that it's really going to be difficult to tell who's going to win unless one of the ADCs get one shot immediately.
Yeah.
That's really like the only way, and that's gonna be up to Victor and Vigar going into this Baron's up. I mean, Victor just backed. He does have TP.
Yep,
But
looks like this Baron might be started here soon by one of these teams. Actually, Crocs with Glocks elect to play it a little more safely and just back off. They secure themselves the vision advantage and just head back mid lane. Looks like their whole team is going to be looking for a reset here. They probably have a good amount of gold. I haven't seen Vigar buy in a while, so he's probably finished. Yep, he's finished third item here, which is another Force of Nature, and we see Jinx getting... I don't know if she already had PD completed, but she did get a BF sword and a pickaxe, so committing towards Infinity Edge next, very close to having it done. And actually, we see a fourth cloak coming out from Renata here, so this might be another Force of Nature. They really, really are terrified of this Victor in this game.
so
And I don't even know if
Victor,
it's the right thing to itemize against.
the Negatron cloak will probably go into Mikhail's.
Oh, yeah,
Mikhail's-
that's true.
Yeah, Negatron cloak is a component of that. So the Victor does have Void Staff finished now after his last back. So he currently is sitting on 39 Magic Pen and then another 40% on top of that. So
Crocs with Glocks have complete vision control here, looking to just bait someone to walking into this Baron. This could be very dangerous for Froggy Fighters. They're pushing LP correctly, walks into the bush first. Airtel gets hit a little bit, but not really going to matter. He does commit the ult. I don't know who he ulted, but yeah, it's just going to be a waste of an ult in the end. And man, this you can feel the tension in this game. Neither of these teams fully
look at how
wanting
much
to commit
damage
here.
the Victor E just did to the Volibear, right? Like,
Yeah.
if they don't shut down the Victor in this next fight, then I think that they'll just straight up lose.
Veritel barely getting out of the Vigar cage before it pops up. Man, this game is gonna be close. And my voice is giving out again. Lovely. Surely. I hope my voice survives. And yeah, we're approaching the 40-minute mark here. The next dragon, the final dragon for the soul of this game, coming up in about 50 seconds now. And, you know, I don't think any of these teams are going to get a pick before then. So it's probably just going to be a team fight win over the dragon here. Although Froggy Fighters choosing to commit the Baron rush here.
Yeah.
And they are going to burn this down. Crocs with Glocks don't know that this is happening at all. They lost all their vision, and it's just a Baron secure. Froggy Fighters, heist successful, man.
But that does mean that they concede complete control over Dragon area, so
Yeah,
we'll have
and that's
to see
probably-
how
yeah.
they
Hex
work
Tech Apes.
going through, right?
Oh, Vigar Cage gonna catch multiple people on this cage, though! Oh my god, this is so well played by Crocs with Glocks. They're gonna find multiple people here. They find the Morgana, they find the Victor. This is just a teamfight win for them, and they're probably going to secure the Hex Tech Soul off of this.
Absolutely, and I mean, there's really no way to contest it now that Victor's dead. The Morgana obviously having a lot to do with it, but the Victor is the main damage dealer for your team at this point, right? Obviously, Kaisa does do a lot of damage, but the Victor is going to be the one who's doing massive AoE damage to just about everybody on the enemy team at a single time.
Yeah, and that's a heartbreaker for Froggy Fighters, because now there's a permanent advantage for Crocs with Glocks, and even though their base is a little less secure, they're not going to lack in the damage department anymore, and honestly, this Vigar is going to... I mean, he's just already outscaled the Victor, so these fights are becoming increasingly hard for Froggy Fighters to execute as time goes on in this game, and as soon as Baron wears off for Froggy Fighters, I worry about their chances of winning this game. And, yeah, man, Infinity Edge being finished by Kuroi here. Kuroi? How many ways can I say it, Fateless? How many different ways can I say it? I don't know.
So
Anyways.
we're at a point in the game where a single fight, a single team wipe,
Yes.
that's all it takes, right?
Yes.
It doesn't need, you don't need the entire team either for to end the game, right? All you need is like Jinx, Set, Trundle, Kaisa, right? If either of those two champions are still alive, and the entire enemy team is dead, then it is game over if they have a wave. There is the potential for either side to just not have any good waves to push or to utilize. So it could still not be game over for the side of Froggy Fighters, especially considering that they're the ones taking liberty to push out these waves. But
Yeah,
looks like they're just
and
hoping to death push, which
I mean, you see the way that both of these teams are committing, like, to the map. They're just completely grouped up. Neither of these teams want to commit to a side lane or a different lane by themselves for fear of being picked off because they lack vision of the other side of the map. And I mean, you just see the way that these teams are playing is very timid right now, as it probably should be, because whoever wins this next fight wins the game for sure.
oh, absolutely. And the thing is, like, Elder Dragon's spawn is gonna be probably like 3 minutes away. I don't even know how to see this timer. 3 minutes
3.5
and 30 seconds confirmed by N.
Doesn't. Yeah.
My mini map's in the way.
It's okay. Yeah. It's okay. We've got production for these things. Anyways, well, Ty is cool. Just pinged both things for us now. So now we have accurate timers. He is the real MVP over production here, is all I'm saying. Alright, production is once again threatening me. Save casters, please.
So in 2 minutes, Baron's spawning, and then shortly after, about 40 seconds after, Elder Dragon is spawning. So my question is, which one do you think Froggy Fighters is going to prioritize? It looks like Froggy Fighters just defaultly get control of the map. Obviously, they are still ahead in gold, but
yeah, I actually wanted to point out the itemization from Crocs with Glocks though, because it's been very intelligent. Kuroi's picked up, she's picked up the stopwatch here, which could potentially be a game changer in these fights. Vigar with the Anathema's chain is probably just gonna pop that onto the Kaisa, and what's Kaisa gonna do at that point when she's permanently exhausted? I mean, this game is just insane. Oh, but we do see Crocs with Glocks posturing towards the top lane dive here. Nothing's going to be caught, though, as both teams, again, just playing very cautiously. This one's going the distance. Ty is cool. Oh, okay. I thought I thought he was a little too far again, but I don't think he's going to be getting caught anymore this game.
so one thing to note is that Trundle, Kaisa, and Jinx Flash are the only flashes not up at this moment, right? So the next fight that happens likely will have every single summoner spell on the map available. So every single piece of utility, every single resource that both of these teams have are available to them. And it's gonna go down to one team fight more than likely. Obviously, like, if the supports are alive, all right, the game's still going. But if a carry is still alive, it is over.
Yeah, Froggy Fighters though found themselves into a really strange position here in the enemy jungle. I wonder if this is what they need in order to get a pick here. They've got so much vision around the top side of this top jungle here, but Crocs with Glocks are actually just committing down mid lane, and they're going to get priority for these objectives that are coming up now. Elder Dragon is about to be up, Baron just came up. And they actually found all of Froggy Fighters off this ward here, so they know where everybody's at. And it looks like Froggy Fighters might just want to take this Baron, rush it down, but oh man, this is going to be a close fight. The fight's about to break out. Here we go. Team Money taking a little bit of poke damage here. Doesn't want to fully commit yet. They're just waiting for somebody, anybody to be committed. Or a little too far out. Sporadic may have gone too far. Actually baits out the Volibear. Volibear might be the one caught now. Fleas actually commits the Soul Shackles onto 3. Gets caught out immediately. It's a 1-for-1 in the end. Man, these team fights are delivering. Trundle with the Flash Pillar doesn't find anyone. Flash committed by Kuroi and Ty's cool. They get out safely. But no flashes except for Vigar on the side of Crocs with Glocks. Whereas
and they're just gonna turn on Elder.
Whereas yeah, Froggy Fighters still having 3 flashes.
So Team Money in that fight actually just completely blew up. He didn't actually successfully get his Haymaker off, so he just immediately died.
Oh, interesting. I actually didn't notice that. Elder Dragon secured here by Froggy Fighters as a result of that somewhat team
They're
fight
just
win.
gonna run bot.
Yeah, and they are just running bot. Crocs with Glocks, you see them, all 4 members here that are alive, resetting. They know the dangers that they've just been presented with in the bot lane. They're going to have to commit here to defending their base. Vigar Cage lands, hits multiple people. I wonder if it's going to be enough. No, it's not quite. They're not quite in range. The handshake just misses by an inch. Oh my god, this game is so close, man. Oh my gosh. Well, um, Fateless, if you're either of these teams, what's your game plan? Because
I mean, if I just got Elder Dragon, I'm gonna want the Shen to taunt flash and
yeah,
hit multiple people, right? Like it's a surefire way to win the game. Like if you taunt flash multiple people and you have follow up from your Kaisa, from your Victor, the game is over, right? You guys have Elder Dragon, you kill them faster, right? You have execution. Like it's
yeah, I
it's a very
completely agree.
dangerous spot for Crocs with Glocks to be in right now.
Froggy Fighters, they actually, okay, they didn't miss that ward before they started Baron, so they know they're on it, but they're just melting this thing. Rocket comes out to try to steal. Vigar commits the teleport, but it is far, far too late, and Froggy Fighters is looking to end through the top lane now. They have Elder and Baron for another minute, at least. Um, I'm these fights have been very, very close, but right now all the cards are on Froggy Fighters. It is entirely on them to lose this game at this point. They have,
Both of Froggy Fighters carries have their flashes still up, and so does the
yeah,
Shen.
exactly. They are as strong as they can get relative to their opponents late in this game, or this late in this game. But they're just gonna pick up the inhibs first, go for the mid inhib, go for the top
And the
inhib.
Victor just does so much damage, even with just an E.
Yeah, but they are healing it up. I mean, they still have Hextech Soul, so Crocs with Glocks can get good pokes. You see that, oh my gosh, coming out there, hitting Morgana with just a Vigar W, takes her down to half health with the Hextech Soul help. And Crocs with Glocks actually just fend off this siege here. And
And
honestly, I
Elder
think
has expired.
I have to be a little critical here of Froggy Fighters because I think that there was an opportunity for them to just dive with Elder there, with multiple carries having flash and with Shen having flash, like you said. I think there's no
I
reason
think
not
it's
for him to
just
commit there.
pushing LP's nerves. I
It
think
could
that he's
be.
extremely nervous, especially after last game. He doesn't want to be the reason that they lose the game this round.
Yeah, and they're just not going to be able to get into this base in time. I think Elder has expired for them. If I'm, yeah, and Baron is more than halfway up now, so if they don't look here in the next 2 minutes, I mean, it's just going to be continued scaling from the side of Crocs with Glocks, but honestly, they are playing defense so well here, just clearing waves. And not committing to a fight. Oh, Vigar gets hit by the Dark Binding though, Chaos Storm comes out, that might be the pick that they need. Volibear commits into the fight as well, but he's so low and he has to pop the Zonias, but it's not going to matter. Team Money doesn't find anybody, and this is just going to be a team fight win for Froggy Fighters. They find all 5 here, and that's a team fight win for Froggy Fighters, and it wins them the series.
And that will be Froggy Fighters moving up in the bracket. Who they will be playing against next, I don't know. But Women Respecters is who they will be playing. Just got informed by production, but what a best of 5.
Yep, and with that, I think we will interview. I don't know who we're going to select. I will leave that up to production. We will be back shortly, though. All
It's
right.
me.
Let us know when voice is back up. Okay. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are back with Baratel, our interview of the night.
Howdy.
God damn it, Noah. This post games, this interview screen. Oh my god. Anyways, Baratel, thoughts, man. That was a very tense series.
Yeah, it was a lot more than I think some of us were anticipating. Switching
Mhm.
from the best of 3 to the best of 5 format, it's definitely more of a marathon. There obviously were some peaks and valleys with both teams' performances, but at the end of the
Mhm.
day, we were able to really keep ourselves calm, cool, and collected, even in the woes of bad plays and miscommunications, when we're able to take the dub. So it feels really good.
So, Bertel,
Yeah.
one thing that I saw had a very large correlation to your victories was you tracking 50 cal, or at least
Mhm.
your team tracking 50 cal. I just want to know, like, what had uh basically influence into that, whether it was like you solo calling it, or whether it was like you and Fleas, who I know pulled off some really good roams to help you secure Herald in all
Mhm.
5 games. But yeah, I just want to know a little bit about how you tracked him and like the thought process behind that, really.
Uh, when it comes down to it, before draft, recognizing that there are some powerful pieces on the team, Crocs with Glocks, respecting those pieces to an nth degree, and really trying to either try to match things out or really capitalize on that kind of polar opposite jungling. I think that was our intention going into the matchup. And while it is sometimes difficult to say, hey, our top laner is getting ganked for the 6th time, at the end of the day, once we were able to weigh that we were getting more advantages across the map, it's really nice to have that kind of effort pay off.
So also my favorite performance from you was actually your Mumu pick.
Yeah.
Uh, you did so good on the engage, and I just want to know, like, was that a pick that you wanted to play, or was that like your team being like, hey man, like it's really easy engage opportunity, like we should pick it up, and then
uh,
if you guys like kind of were like, well, it's really weak. 50 cal is gonna pick Trundle every single game if it's open, so we'll
mhm.
have to kind of like play defensive, be ready to like help you if it's like if you're being counter jungled, stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, it's
Mhm.
interesting. With the kind of jungle matchup, I was surprised I didn't get invaded more. I did forfeit a lot of blue buffs on Amumu, but at the end of the day, I think knowing that we had a bigger engage potential really was what we were banking on. Albeit there was, I think, game 3 that even with me getting a couple really good ultis, just the front line for Crocs with Glocks was just it's too much to overcome. But yeah, it's a compromise between the two. Albeit going with the traditional just crowd control bot of Maokai would have been an option, and we did try that. I think that Amumu offers a little bit more playmaking opportunity for me, a little bit more
Mhm.
damage potential, and I really favor that kind of play style. Zach was an opportunity for me to showcase my abilities, and I mean I played Trundle since like season 2, so I'm happy to do that. But there's more. There's a lot. I have a theoretical ocean of champions to play in the jungle, so we'll see what comes out for the rest of the playoffs.
Oh,
All right.
absolutely. And another thing that I was uh wondering is like, why didn't you play Zach after that first game? Like, I really liked your performance on him.
I don't know.
That's the best
All
answer.
right.
I'm not in charge of draft. I did have
I have
a voice
a
of my opinions towards the end, but yeah, I think Zach said it was really good. It worked out really well.
I have one more question for you, Baratel.
Sure.
After all 5 games, I believe blue side had 100% win rate across that series.
Yeah.
Um, is there any significant difference in the way that your team was approaching draft on blue side? Because it felt like a lot of the ban phases were actually just like salty runbacks because we kept seeing the same 6 bans. So like, what was different for you guys on blue side?
I think it's maybe just a comfort thing.
Okay.
We have so much more agency when it comes to not only communicating what we want to do, but adversely, I mean, our Drake control on one side versus the other is just night and day difference.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, as a player, I think I have a higher win rate on red side, So I don't know how that attributes to that, but I don't know. It's just playing with confidence, maybe going into that game 4 knowing that blue side so far has had 100% win rate. It could be that mental boom. And it could just be some subtle draft changes that need to come through for teams that want to win on red side, us included. So maybe then the Zach does have more of an opportunity to play with the cheekier options on the other side of the map. Who knows?
Yeah. I didn't catch game 1 and game 2. I actually came in and
Understandably
started
so, yeah.
casting game 3, but it looked, man, you looked like the MVP of that series, honestly. The Curse of the Sad Mummy ults, I mean, there was one that was a little troll, but like most of them were hitting multiple people, and it was just great to watch you pop off against someone who I think is actually like a really strong jungler. It was good to see
Yeah.
that. I mean, dude, how many roles have you played in La Liga this season and just popped off? It's great
4.
to
Well,
see.
popped off 1, but I played 4 roles in total.
Okay, okay. All right. Well, on that note, guys, thank you so much for watching this stream. I'm going to link the La Liga Zero stream as the Devs versus Zhongshu Wudai is now going to Game 5. They are
Ooh.
in draft for Game 5 at the moment, with Devs just tying the series up to 2-2. So I will link this in the chat for you guys. I'm gonna go watch it personally. I don't know about you
Same.
guys, but another 5-game series, absolute banger of a night. All right, so thank you guys for coming out.
Good night,
We will
everybody.
see you next week.
未熟無情されど美しくあれのデスティニーふさわしくないこんなんじゃきっと物足りないくらい語っとけばうまくいく物枯れ合いこともう自己顕示飽きた